Hello, hello, hello. If we can set this up in StreamYard. Well, hello, everybody that's having a good, wonderful evening. At least I hope you are. Um, they have a mode out now that I saw on another channel. I can't figure out how to make it work though, where subscribers only can type into your stream. So tonight is just another easy night. I'm still working on just cutting out ephemera pictures. So it's more a chat night than a craft night, I guess. Oh, this is an 18th century lighting. How cool is that? So people who are into chandeliers, this is cool. Hey, Christina, how are you? I can't figure out how to turn the mode on. I've seen a couple streams where they've only turned on the mode for subscribers only that can I don't know how that affects people who have their sets to privacy though. But YouTube, I guess, is competing with another, I think the guys were saying Twitch or something, that if people are subscribed to your channel, they're the only ones that can show in the stream. I find that really interesting. But I can't figure out how to put it on. I've been over here trying to figure it out. I can't figure it out. I don't know if you have to be set up for the OBS to get it to work or what. I'm not set up for the OBS. I couldn't figure it out. I watched a guy do a tutorial, but I could never get my live stream set up that way for some reason on my computer. And now when I go and do my lives on my phone, they're sideways. I don't know why that happens either. It's really strange. What's good that you're doing good? How's your uncle doing, by the way? So apparently this chandelier was by courtesy of the Pennsylvania Museum. It's an American brass chandelier from the 18th century. How cool is that? I'm just cutting up pictures out of an old encyclopedia set that was falling apart. So that's what I'm doing for my craft tonight. I just wanted to get some ephemera cut up, and I haven't had time to do it this week because I've been busy doing other things. I'm trying to get my house ready for Christmas and the holidays. Oh, well, that's good. I mean, is he doing better though? Poor guy. This here was an English chandelier by Adams, illustrative of a less elaborate model of the latter part of the 18th century, by courtesy of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. How cool is that one? I'm not into chandeliers, but I know that there's some people that are. That's really cool. My mom and dad had one when we were growing up in the dining room, and oh, that thing was such a pain in the butt to keep clean. Talk about a dust collector. It had like those little prisms hanging off of it all over it, and oh, they were such a pain to clean. Maybe that's why I'm not a chandelier person. Hey, TPG. How's my buddy? I've been trying to get back into the groove of stuff, but I don't know. This chandelier was a modern electric chandelier with frosted globes and silvered metal by courtesy of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Very interesting. If they have the names underneath of them, I'll put them with the picture when I cut them. But if they don't, then I just cut the picture out, because sometimes, you know, books will have like top right, top left, or whatever, and they're to the side of the picture. But I have to say, I just did a review on the We Are Memory Keepers scissors. I love these things. I can cut fabric with these papers. I can't brag about these enough because I'm a left-hander, and out of all the scissors I've ever used, left-hander scissors, I despise them. I haven't found a pair of left-hander scissors I've ever liked. And the right-hand scissors is probably the ones I most like and use, but I love these because it has like a no slip grip, and you don't have the holes that you stick your fingers in to restrict your hands. So I don't know, but I really like these. Like, I tend to find myself reaching for these more and more. I use them for fabric and for paper, and I ordered 3 pairs off of Amazon. That's how much I love these things. Aw, Christina. But that's good. That's good that he can move his body. I have to go back and see my doctor too. I don't know if it's osteoarthritis that's kicking in or what, but I'm like losing mobility in the right side of my body. It's just so weird. And the other day, I went to get up, and I don't know if it was vertigo or what the heck, because I haven't had an ear infection or anything, but you know, seasons change, crazy stuff happens, and it's getting colder here. I went to stand up and I had like the most dizzy, nauseous, I thought I was gonna pass out. I have not felt that feeling since I was 13. And it was weird because, like, I'm not a pass out type of person, but when I was 13, there's a story behind it. I was with my dad and my grandmother, and I remember it was a real hot, humid day, and I had the flu. And yeah, I'm okay. I didn't fall or anything. I went to lay down. I had to lay down for a while. And then once I laid down, I took a nap. I felt better, but it was just so weird. It could be vertigo, though. Sometimes you can have ear problems and not even realize it. But I had the flu, and it was a real hot, humid day. And we parked because at the time you had your parking meters, and we had to park and walk like a block to get to the doctor's office. And I remember going into the doctor's office, my grandmother was holding my hand. It had to scare her more than anybody. And we walked out from that humid heat into complete air conditioning. And me having the flu, I wasn't feeling good anyways. So I had a penicillin shot because, you know, back in the days, that's what we got was penicillin shots. And I remember coming out of the doctor's office, walking across the street, going into our pharmacy to pick up, I don't know, we had to pick up medicine for something. And I remember there was a troll display. There was like this little display and layer sitting to the left-hand side, and there was these little troll figurines on the layers. My husband was laughing when I told him this the other night, because this is the first time I told him. And I said, I remember standing and because you had to go from the heat to the doctor's office and air conditioning back into I mean, it was extremely humid. Like, we're talking 110-day humid. And I remember walking back into the pharmacy, back into the air conditioning, and I was standing there looking at this troll display, and all of a sudden everything went fuzzy and it went black, and I was on the floor. And thank God I didn't get hurt, but apparently I had wiped out the whole troll display. It landed on the floor. And the next thing I remember is waking up, sitting in a chair, and they had, I think, smelling salts underneath my nose. They were waving it back and forth. And I was like, "What the heck happened?" Because I had never passed out before, so I never knew what that feeling was. And they said it had to have been the combination of my being sick and walking into the heat and the cold, and, it just didn't mend. It just didn't go well with my body. So the other day when I was sitting in a chair, it was like I was just in a recliner watching TV. It was just weird. But I was hot because we turned off the air and everything because the weather's kind of been up and down here lately. Like 1 minute it's cold, next minute it's hot. It was really hot in the living room. And because we didn't have the furnace on, it's just sun heat. But it was like I went to get up out of that chair and I had not felt that feeling since I was 13. And it scared me because my husband was off that day. But I was like, what the heck? So, and I hadn't really eaten a big meal or anything, like a decent meal yet that day. I only had like, I think a small bite of something earlier that day. So it could have been a combination too of not having nothing to eat. But I still need to go see my doctor though. But I can say this, I have no clue who was in my live streams, and there's so many to go back through to watch. But I was sitting here and I was being treated for eczema. I was having issues with a patch of dryness on my hand right here, and I had it on my ears. And there was a nurse or somebody that was in the stream the one day, and they said, that does not look like eczema. That looks like psoriasis. And I found that very interesting because I had it on the back of my neck too, and the back of my neck, it was in red streaks. And every time I looked up eczema, I couldn't find anything that looked like what I had. So the medicine that I was taking, and I'm talking like just a piece of hair blowing over my ear would send me through orbit. That's how sensitive my ears were. Like I've had to keep my hair pulled up away from my ears because it was driving me crazy because my hair is like a quarter way down my back right now. So when it blows in the wind, I can't have it touching my neck or my ears. It was just driving me crazy. So I've been pulling my hair up in a bun for a while now. And some lady was in here and she says, that looks like psoriasis. And I went back and I told my doctor, I said, this is not working. The cream was not working that he gave me for the eczema. And I did go see a dermatologist too. And the nurse practitioner, the second time I went, said, hey, Deb, she said, in order to find out, they should have scraped the back of your neck or the skin off your hand. They're supposed to scrape that and test it. And sure enough, I do have psoriasis. I do not have eczema. And I'm telling you, people, I could not wear earrings. I couldn't have anything touching my ears. And she gave me it's a whole different cream that you have to use between the two. The eczema cream wasn't working, but the psoriasis cream was amazing. My ears feel so normal now. I can wear earrings again because I was like ready to give all my earrings up. My kids go through them because I can't wear them because they were driving my ears nuts. And it's psoriasis that I have on my skin. Isn't that wild that it was a YouTube? And I told the nurse practitioner, I said, he never scraped my skin. And it was a person that came into my live stream on Yahoo or not Yahoo, on YouTube that made me realize it could be something different. Isn't that crazy? So that's what it is. I have a mild case of psoriasis on my skin. And look, it's gone. If you look back at my live streams, you'll see I had a great big white patch of flaky skin right there. It's gone. That medicine is so amazing. It cleared up the back of my neck and everything. So this whole time I've been taking the wrong medicine. Cream. But isn't that wild? It took a YouTuber to give me my diagnosis. But she was surprised that he didn't scrape to test. She says, because when it's psoriasis, you have to take a scraping of the skin. And I said, I showed him the back of my neck and he never said anything. So I found that very bizarre. These doctors, all I have to say is they're not doing things that they should. They should test the people deeper. Another thing we get around here, and yeah, I'm going to blab it because it's the truth. They ask you two questions. They take your weight and then they ask if you're a smoker, and then that seems to be the answers for everything. And I'm like, my husband's uncle passed away. He had a mass, and they said they had never seen it in a person that was a non-tobacco user. This guy was a fit man. Like, no, I'm not talking like to the gym fit. He just walked a lot. He was not heavy. He never smoked a day in his life. And he died of him. And I says, because you people quit looking. As soon as you see that the person's overweight or they're a smoker, you just stop looking. And that's what I don't like about the medical field anymore, at least in this area. It's like you need to keep on searching into people and quit using those two excuses for everything that goes wrong with people. Because I do believe that they just don't look further. Hey, Dana. So I'm allowed to complain, and I will. I've complained to my doctor a couple times. And I mean, I know that they're only human, don't get me wrong, and they err at times, but they need to pay attention a little more to people's diagnoses. I don't know, sometimes I just get the feeling that people don't listen like they should anymore. But I get tired of hearing that. And I'm like, no, I'm not a smoker. Yeah, I'm heavier than what I should be, but that shouldn't be the cause of everything. That's my complaint for the day. Excuse me, that's my complaint for the day. Doctors, start doing deeper diagnoses on people. So this picture's from Cleveland. I think I will leave this whole. This is Cleveland's business district from back in whatever 1960s. This would be cute to fold and actually have in a journal. Isn't that funny how it's upside down on one page? That happens with calendars too, but isn't that cute? That would be a cute page to put in a journal. So I'm going to leave it as is. So how are you? Hey, Zena. Zena's stream was fun the other night. I like it when I get insomnia and I see late night streamers. I found a few of those streams. Tina Messy's Crafty Life is another one. She loves to stream late, or wee hours in the morning, I should say, and I haven't been to bed yet. So let's see. I kind of like these pictures by themselves, so we shall cut these ones. This is cool. This one's got a covered wagon in it. And then the one below has an old car. I'm just cutting up ephemera type pictures. Yes. Your daughter's so pretty. Is she into the anime stuff, Sina? I'm telling you, it's popular. I had a lot of people come to my bookstore looking for anime like type magazines and stuff. I don't have that kind of stuff here, but I know it's really popular in certain populations. I used to know a kid on Yahoo that used to make, he would take pieces of anime and he would put music to it and make the cutest videos. He was just a young kid and he wanted to grow up to be a movie producer, and he lived in New York. I often wondered if he ended up living his dreams, because I used to run a chat room on Yahoo for like 6 years, and we had kids that would come in there. Of course, you're supposed to be 18 or older, but people found ways around it. So we kept it clean so the kids could hang out and play music and stuff. It was a chat room under Family and Home called From All Over Friends and Music. and we would either chat or we would take turns playing songs if people didn't feel like chatting. And it was a fun chat room. It was really popular back in the day too. We always had a full chat room. It had a capacity of like 50 people. We were always full. I'd get messages, we can't get in. But the kids were really good over there with us. And he sent me emails and he used to send me clips of the things that he was creating. And it was just so awesome. It's like, it was so cool to see. I called him my cyber son. He started in my chat room when he was like, I don't know I think he was 13 because Chimmy came in when he had just turned 16. But like 13, and then I never knew what he looked like until he graduated. He sent me a picture of his senior picture, and he was a cute young man, but he used to do videos with just music and animes, and it was just really cute. And he would pick some of the songs that we would play on the microphone to add into his animations. And he says, I want to grow up to be a producer. And I said, well, you're in New York, you're in a good place for it. And what happened to him? When Yahoo went down, we kind of all lost touch with each other. And I had a Hotmail at one time and I deleted it, not thinking to transfer them to my Gmail. And he was on my Hotmail account. So I kind of lost him because of emails. That's something I don't like about the web. You lose people too easy. But I often wondered what he ended up doing with his life. It would be so cool to see how things turned out for him and Chimmy. I like Chimmy too. She was a sweetheart. We used to hang out back in the day. It's just like around nighttime when, people were putting their kids away to sleep and stuff like that for school. They'd be putting dishes away and cleaning up the house. And it was kind of like one of those type of chat rooms where people would come in, and around 9 o'clock, it would get kind of dead, because they were putting their kids in bed and stuff like that. But we had a single people come in, married people come in, just all walks of life, all different countries. It was an awesome chat room. But it would die around 9 o'clock, and then it would pick back up like around midnight or so. And then I could only hang in for a little bit longer because I'm like, geez, people, because I was working, so I had to get to bed. I was an airbrush painter when I was in Yahoo. One time I was on 14-hour shifts. It was crazy. I had a friend help run the room. Oh, I bet too. Oh, that is so sweet. That's awesome, Zena. I have one daughter that takes care of adult mentally challenged people, and my other daughter, she has her bachelor's in business administration. She has 4 kids. 2 of them are twins. She just went back to work. She's pretty excited though, but she's really good at what she does. She worked in HR and all that kind of stuff. They actually created a job for her one time when she went through a temp agency, but she likes it. My other daughter seems to do good at her job. She's been at it for a while. She seems to really like it. I did in-home care for elderly people, and heck, I've had lots of jobs. But I did like my airbrush painting job. We used to have a good time. We created all the light up products. The plastic light up products, I used to paint them. Things that you set in your yard and stuff. Like Santa Clauses and stuff like that. It's funny when I see people I think it was Paper and Moose. She was out thrifting and she found a light up snowman. I was like, "Oh my gosh, we made those." And it's like vintage now because you can't get a hold of them, but I thought that was so funny when I saw that on her channel. She found it in somebody's roadside. She goes and does the roadside trash and stuff like that. I love Paper and Moose's channel. She's another fun one to watch. She finds treasures in people's junk. Looks better rounded for some reason on the bottom. I don't know. Have any of you ever seen Paper and Moose's channel? I'll put her link in. Yeah, I started TikTok here recently. Get Paper and Moose. This is Paper and Moose's channel. If you ever get a chance, go check her out. She cares. Like she went to this one estate sale and got a hold of these Civil War diaries. And let me tell you, she cares. Like she tries to do research on people to tell the story. I love Paper and Moose's channel. She's got a great community too. They're very friendly. Some of her people, when I've commented in her comment section, some of the people on her channel will come say hi to me. It's just she's got a really cool following. Let me see here. Somebody even made a doll that looks like her and sent it to her. It is the cutest doll ever. There we go. I was uploading a video, so if I'm lagging, that's why. Yes, Debbie, that was awesome. I have even asked her in her comment section if she ever read them, and she did answer back in one of her videos and said that something about the writing in some of them, she was having a hard time, deciphering them. But could you imagine how cool that would be? And she got them so cheap, like they were buried in a box. Yeah, but I really like her persona. She's a very caring person, you can tell. And she's like a historian. You know what I mean? Like she brings a story to the things that she finds, and she always tells you stuff. I really like her. She's probably one of my favorite YouTubers. I try to watch her videos when I can. But it's really hard because I do try to support the people that come visit me, and it's the time. Sometimes I want to be a YouTuber and sometimes I don't want to be a YouTuber. I wish all I could do was just be a viewer. It seems like you would have more time. When you're trying to create content yourself, it makes it rough. But I do know that a lot of the bigger channels will tell you the best people to actually have if you want watch time are people who are not YouTubers. There are people that don't have channels because it's so hard for everybody to keep up. And when your channel grows, your time gets even thinner. To get around and visit people, just makes it rough. I can't possibly visit 2,000 people. I just can't do it. I go down my list sometimes if I'm crafting and I'll be just listening to channels while I'm doing something else. That's how I try to get some watch time in for other people. It's rough. I can't even imagine what 1 million subscriber people do. I could never keep up. There's no way. I know it is hard, Zena. It really is. Some days I'll go through this thing where I'll be like, whoever pops up, I just go visit them. I'll go spend like 5 or 10 minutes in their stream and then I skip to the next one. I try to do full watch. It depends on what's going on. If it's a sale, I'm usually there for the whole time, unless I fall asleep. I've done that too. But like, I have a couple gamers that come in and they support my channel. And you're talking like 5-hour long videos that they do because they do lives all the time. So what I do with my gamer friends is like if I'm doing laundry or if I'm cleaning the house, I just let it run. I'll plug my phone in or my computer wherever I'm at, and I'll let it run the whole time to give them a full watch time. But there's no way I can watch it. I can't sit there and watch somebody game for 5 hours. I can watch a sale for 5 hours because I'm participating. But it's hard to when you're not participating in something. Tim Holtz talked to her? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not a big Timmy fan. I'm not. I like some things, but I'm not, I don't think I follow like one particular brand of everything. I'm kind of more of a random type crafter. Like I like a lot of the Ranger distress inks and certain things, just certain products that I prefer. But I'm not really into the sprays that much. The only sprays that I tend to really like is the Lindy ones if I use them. But I'm not much of a sprayer. And I don't do jelly plates. There's a lot of stuff in crafting that I'm not into, and I don't want to. It's just a choice. Like, I think it's cool to watch people do jelly plating. I think it's cool to watch people sew on their Singer sewing machines. I don't own a sewing machine. Everything I do by hand. I like to sew. Like, I literally like threading a needle and literally sewing. So I don't own a sewing machine. My mother had one when I was growing up and we used it for home ec classes and things like that. But I don't know. It's just not my thing. Every crafter loves their things, but I love my glues. I love glue and everything. So maybe that's why I don't sew. But it's cool to watch other crafters. It's not like a put down or anything. So don't take it that way. It's cool to see what every crafter does and what they're into, because I do like when people sew how they have that spiky stuff. But I know that there's people who are like totally want everything Tim Holtz or things. And see, I don't like all his stuff. But I do like watching some of his videos on the products that I do use of his, to learn tips and tricks and things like that. But like, I'm really not into the distress crayons and markers and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm random. I like one product I really love is Nuvo Drops though. I like Nuvo Drops. Just random stuff. That's my craft room, is a bunch of random items. It's not like one person makes everything. And as far as like paper lines, I have such a wide variety of paper lines. I would have to say one of my favorites is Stamperia, but I do like Graphic 45s too. And I like some off brands too. You know, it just depends on what it is. But the reason why I think I favor Stamperia is because when I first came to the web, now you gotta remember, people, I was never a scrapbooker. I never did anything to do with paper. I was a book lover, and back in 2006 or 7, 5, somewhere around in there, I learned how to do digital scrapbooking before I ever did real scrapbooking. So, when I came to the web and actually bought my very first paper pad, I didn't have no clue what I was looking for. I just typed in something to do with vintage and lace, and guess what? Stamperia popped up. So the reason why I think I just love their paper lines, because it was my very first purchase on the web, and that's the very first paper line I ever purchased. And when it came in, I was drooling, like, oh my word, drooling, because the one that I got is, I still have it. I've never used it. I pet it. I'll use it one of these days. I just haven't created a vintage journal yet. I've done other styles, just not that particular one yet. And it's the lace. It's the Stamperia lace. So it's got a name to it. I'd have to look at it, but I just love it. And then I went washi tape crazy. I swear I had every Etsy store possible on washi tapes. I seen washi tapes and I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta have it, gotta have it. And I got some really cool washi tapes. I was doing reviews like crazy on Etsy stores with their washi tapes, and I found some really good ones. Ones that had like books, and just, I still have a whole bunch sitting here in a container. But washi tapes is one of my favorite things to use. And then I do have some items I never played with yet. Like, I met some crafters when I first came to YouTube, because I didn't start my channel as a crafting channel. I started my channel of all things makeup. Lord only knows why. I don't even like makeup. I just wanted to do reviews. So I did reviews because I wanted to see what the hype was about between all this fancy makeup to drugstore makeup. So that's what my reviews were when I first come on here. And I wanted advertising for my bookstore. I was trying to figure out advertising for my bookstore. That was my reasons for coming to YouTube in the first place. But when I got on here, I saw people making shakers and all these different items. And I can honestly say the one tool I have never opened that's still sitting here is my fuse tool. I have never made a shaker pocket. I have stuff to go in shaker pockets. I've just never taken the time to do them yet. It's the only tool I haven't used. But it's just like, to me, when you get into crafting, if you take the time to learn one thing and then maybe go to another, depending on how limited it is. Like, I think that's why some people do pottery, some people paint pictures. It's hard to get into like 50 different styles of art, because then you're buying lots of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it would be hard to be a canvas painter and a pottery person and making junk journals. I mean, you know how much money that would cost just in supplies? So it's like, I think my thing is a lot of people only pick like maybe one or two things that they want to get into just for the expense alone. I'm sure there's people that do more than, a few of them, but I don't want to be that type of person. I want to kind of focus on like a couple things instead of pushing myself to do 50 things at once, or I probably would go crazy. But here is another favorite thing of mine, is besides the Nuvo drops, which I absolutely love, is I really love playing with mousses. I haven't got to play with my waxes yet. I only have a few, but the mousses are another favorite. And here lately, I've been playing with these, and I have been using the makeup brushes that you can get off AliExpress really cheap. You can get a whole bag of these, and they're only $1 a piece. But I know how these feel on your face to blend out foundation. And what was funny is before I actually saw some people using these, I was playing with these first. But I mean, I can't say first, but I was playing with these without realizing other people were using them. But I bought them because my daughters, when I was doing makeup, I had saw another person put foundation on with these. And I thought, oh my goodness, this is amazing. Because, when I was growing up as a kid, we didn't have primers. We used our fingers for foundation. So when I first used one of these oval brushes, of course it's bigger than this one, I thought this gives off a most flawless look on foundation on your face. So one day I was sitting here and I was thinking, I wonder how many people have ever used like makeup items when they're doing art. I don't know. I was just playing upstairs one day. I didn't have YouTube on or nothing. And I thought, this would be so cool to use on a stencil with these mousses when I bought them. I thought because it would really smooth out the texture. So this came to me, and then I think it was Maddie's live stream I went in, and she was selling them. And I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. Because I thought about these with mousses, and I'm telling you, you take a stencil like this, and you put it on a paper. Here, I'll do a demonstration. And I got tons of these, so you can wash these out. I could have sold some of these, but I figured if they get too dirty, Blue Dawn cleans everything. I run Blue Dawn in a toothbrush over my Big Shot, because that is definitely one of the most tools I've ever used besides my Crocodile. Is I absolutely love my Big Shot. I have tons of dyes, love playing with this. Like I said, you find out your niche when you start into crafting of what you really want to do, and you just stick with it and you get better at it. So that's why I really don't want to learn sewing and all this other stuff, because I have too many other things to play in right now. But this is a page just from a encyclopedia. This is a plastic. The only thing I noticed, I think this is a Spellbinders. I'm not sure. But you can get paper ones, but you have to be careful with the paper ones because they rip easy. So this is like a plastic one. And Nuvos, you have to really tighten these up because they dry up fast, but they're water-based. So if you need to add water to these, you're okay. And you should dry them with a dryer if you want, it permanent, because if it's wet, it'll move. So these I got off of Marianne's live sales. And all I can say is I have never had so much fun than playing with these. And like I said, these makeup brushes, I mean, if they smooth on your makeup, why wouldn't they do this for art stuff? So I take this. These are cute to add to like a journaling page. Make sure you let them dry. And they do dry pretty fast. So we'll do like a half of one. And this is what you get. Cool beans. So I was just playing with this, and I discovered this on my own. If anybody else has done this before me, kudos to you. But I didn't watch your video. I started playing with these, and I've loved them ever since. So this is one of my favorite things to do too. And when I bought the mousses, I only got like a few colors because I try to get the primary of things instead of buying them all. to see if you like it, because who wants to spend a bunch of money and then not liking stuff? So I had bought the blue, and I had bought this is the burnished bronze, which this color is so pretty. And then there's a purple. Then there's an orange color. This color here is not one of my favorites. And then this color here. So far, all of the rest of these are okay. I just find this one to be, I don't know, too light. Maybe like on a darker paper. I don't know. I can't get this to work how I like it. This one here is Mousse Soft Truffle, and I'm not popular. I'm not a favorite of that one. But these ones here are really pretty. And I'll give you a taste of what this color looks like, because this is the burnished bronze, I think. I really like this color too. So far, I like them all but that one. But like I said, you don't want to go wasting a bunch of money. They got a, I don't know. I can't describe the smell of these. It's not a bad scent, but it's not like a perfumey scent. It's just different. So this is what this looks like when it's done. It's still a little wet. So that's what that color looks like. Then we shall take this again, and I'll show you what the burnished bronze looks like. But I do like it. And those are pretty on journaling pages. If you know you can't afford to go buy doilies, make your own. And then we will use a different brush for this one, because I don't want to blend the colors. I'll wash these out. They're over there. Then you take this. I'll put this on a brush. But you could just imagine, I have some coffee dyed pages over here. These colors turn out really pretty on coffee dyed pages. It's fun to experiment. And then this one here, let's do the center. You probably could paper clip it or something like that, but I'm just going to hold it for now. Or bull clip it or something just to hold your stencil in place. But since it's a demonstration, it's no big deal. I love this color though. This color is so gorgeous. But like I said, you just go through, you buy a few colors of something. See if you like the product before you go spending a bunch of money, because I try to be as thrifty as I can. And plus, I don't want them to all dry out. The only thing I hate about being a crafter, this is my biggest pet peeve, is things come in and they go out too fast. It's like you'll see a paper line, then all of a sudden it's retired. And then, oh, it's back by popular demand. They brought it out for, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I want stuff to be around for a while, so you can afford to to play with it. Look at that. Oh, isn't that pretty? These are gorgeous. That's what they said. I love this color. This color is one of my favorites. And this one here. I love them all except the one. He's pretty. Look at that. That's gorgeous. And you could probably even do 2 colors too if you wanted to. Let me get another piece here. I like experimenting. See, it's got me started. Y'all got me started over here. So wouldn't this be pretty? Because I like blue and bronze together anyways. So take a big page. take this. This is going to be so gorgeous. Since I already got the brown in the middle, watch how cool this will be. So we'll do a whole page because this one I could end up reusing. We'll just give it a little bit of a brushing, not too much on the circle part. I just want to give it a little bit. This will be so awesome. Now the waxes, I heard the textures were different. I love the smoothness of the mousses, but I can't compare the waxes yet because I haven't played with the waxes. So I have no opinion on the waxes yet. So we'll do this like this. Okay. Then I'm going to put this brush aside. And like I said, these dry out, so you got to make sure to tighten them. I haven't had to add water to mine yet, but I don't play in them stuff enough to use it up quickly. So let's get this over here. Okay, so now we're going to add this to the outside, and I'm going to take it over top of the holes that I just did a real fine brown to. This is what rainy days are for me. I take my rainy days and I don't have nothing to do, so I play. I don't do enough of this on film. I guess I should, but I don't. Okay. So now we're going to take this. Yeah, the mousse does dry out quickly, but mine have been, I've had these for a while now. Mine haven't dried out yet. Come on, stay up there. My brush is being bad. Stay. Move this one over here. And then we will take, and there you go. Tell me that's not gorgeousness. I would so stick this in the center of a journal. See, who needs jelly plates when I can play with this kind of stuff? But I mean, I'm not saying jelly plates is a bad thing. My husband said he wouldn't mind doing the jelly plate. I said, go for it. But see, that's another whole expense, though, because then you have to buy the jelly plates. And then there's the stuff that goes with it. See, I don't want to get into all that. Yep. But I do like watching people do the jelly plates. I think it's really cool. I know there's a few people on here that love them, and it's really cool to watch their excitement to how stuff turns out when they're playing with jelly plates. It's just not something that interests me. It's not something that I want to buy and do. I'd rather watch other people do it. But that's what's fun too about crafting too, is because when we have these live sales and you do see something like a person who uses sprays and you like their backgrounds and then they sell their papers, well, you can just buy them. You don't have to do all that. It's probably cheaper to buy the papers already done than it is to buy everything that goes with it. So I don't mind it because I have bought some jelly plated papers and they're really pretty. But I do like coffee dyeing and color dyeing papers and stuff like that. It's just there's parts of it I don't want to get into, and then other parts I do. And I love playing with this stuff. Here's some of my papers. I have blues, and I do purples, and I do coffee dye, and I do green, and yellow. Here's some of my coffee dyed papers. I keep it right beside me at all times. When I go to create a journal, I just pluck. Oh, coffee dyeing's fun. See, that's what I mean, though. Sometimes you'll see people do dyed papers and you're like, "Ugh, just buy some." I have tons of Amy papers. I love Amy's papers. I got tons of hers. One of them I'm actually putting in a journal right now. She doesn't believe me, but I am, because she knows I like hoarding her papers. But I do have a journal in the progress. I just haven't finished it. It's getting there slowly. And then I have a custom journal that I'm going to start working on that somebody wants me to make for them. So that will be in the works. Right now, I'm just getting the pieces together for that one before I get started. But isn't that pretty? I love this. This is so pretty. Stuff like this would be good on coffee dyed paper too. That would look so pretty on coffee dyed paper. And I don't know about you all, but have you seen the images these people transfer to paper on Pinterest? They're gorgeous. Let me show you my Pinterest. Oh, I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, but I'm loving these pictures. I could spend all day in Pinterest alone. Pinterest is definitely going down a rabbit hole. Once you get in, you don't want to get out. I'll show you some of my stuff saved on Pinterest. You get them up here. I hear you go. Look at this. Tell me that is not gorgeousness. It's kind of like this moose stuff, but these people are transferring or actually drawing over music pages and stuff like that. And these images are incredible. I think this is beautiful. So I'm saving it to my music art, and I will pull up my music art so you can see what that folder looks like. Oh, come on, Pinterest, stay open. Where's my music art? Come on, quit being mean. Give me my saves. Cat. No, no. It's going to hide them from me because it knows I want to show you all. There we go. Here's my categories. Look at this. Look at this. There's one. Oh, quit being mean. And then there's this. These are the kind of images I save and just look at. Look at that one with the bird. Oh, that is so pretty. And I really like musical instruments. So that's another favorite. And musical notes. This is my collection that I have saved. Look at that cross. The old rugged cross. That is absolutely gorgeous with that on there. It's so pretty. But I go through Pinterest and I just save to certain folders. I made a folder and I just save different things to them. Look at that one. Butterflies coming out of a violin. That's just so beautiful. And I watched a video on how some of these people do this. I actually have this picture in a journal that I bought off of someone. Somebody actually drew that. It looks like it's all done in pencil. And I have that image. It is so gorgeous. Just to have an artist's talent to be able to draw like that. So that's what I have so far in that collection. And then I have sailing ships is another big thing of mine. I don't know why, but I love ships. Look at this one. Somebody took an image of a ship and put it over a map. Oh, this is gorgeous. I love this stuff. Like, I sit in here and I save everything I see like this so that I can come back and look at them. Pinterest is just so full of goodies. Here's my cat collection. Look at the kitty cat with the book. That's just so cute. And these are awesome because I don't know what's copyrighted and what isn't on these, but this is the kind of stuff I would run off and use in my own journals. Like, I couldn't sell this because I don't know if this stuff is copyrighted or not. But just to look how cute that is. Just to have these in your own journals is so stinking adorable. As journaling cards. I love this one. Let me check my give a shit-o-meter. Nope, nothing. They're just the funniest things. And then this one here, look at this one. Black Cat Company and bath soap. Wash your paws. That is so cute. Oh my gosh. And then this has got Van Gogh mixed into it. Starry Night. I like that. And look at here. Before coffee, I hate everyone. After coffee, I feel good about hating everyone. Some of these are cheeky. And look at this. I'm not going to say that word, but I'll let you guys read it. It's like an advertisement of a baking kitty. I don't get paid, so I don't care if YouTube likes this or not, but I think they're funny. And then this one here, it's got a cat face on the moon. Look at this one. Look how pretty this one is. It's little baby kittens inside of dandelions when they turn white. Look how cute that is. See if I get a better view. I love stuff like this. I just collect. If you don't have Pinterest, I recommend it. Come on, focus. Oh, YouTube's going to be a pain. Showing on StreamYard. There you go. Because I wanted you to see their little eyeballs. Isn't that the cutest, sweetest picture? I love it. Here's a kitty cat playing a banjo. And I have Insta Ink, so I can print like there's no tomorrow. Without Insta Ink, my cartridges cost me like $70 for 2 of them, and I pay $9.99 a month, and I get unlimited. So, I rather like the Insta Ink plan. It's so much cheaper on ink. And I have 2 printers, so I will never run out of printing. And here is my train collection. Love choo-choo trains. My dad always collected trains. And these are so pretty. All right, Debbie, thanks for coming in. But there's such a mixture of stuff on Pinterest. It's awesome. It really is. I collect swans, butterflies, flowers. I love sunflowers. I have a lot of favorites. You take care, Deb. You be a good girl. This page here could be saved as future use. I'll set this aside for a later date. And then here, one thing nice about encyclopedia is you always find goodies. Like you can find anything. Like instruments. Look how cool these pictures are. Types of science pictures. So that's what I've been doing. I've been taking these pictures and just making up a baggie full of stuff, and I have a box, and I can use these as ephemera later. I was running out of ephemera. Stuff to make it, I should say. And I have an encyclopedia. I don't even think it's the whole set. Me in a used bookstore, people were dropping off crazy stuff. And somebody dropped off an encyclopedia set. I think that they just don't want to throw it away. So they were dropping it off outside my store. But that's okay. I'll find things to use. Ways to use it. The word climate. And I didn't know about junk journals until I came to YouTube. So when I came to YouTube and I started learning about junk journals, I thought, whoa. You know, if you guys only knew the books that I had thrown out before I knew about junk journaling, it was crazy. Like I had recycled the pages, but I didn't know what to do with the hardback part. So I would disassemble the books and recycle the pages, and I could have kept the book covers if people would have wanted them. I didn't know about junk journaling. I know. And coming here and learn about junk journaling took my store to a whole different level, to say the least. I don't know why my cushion keeps falling off my chair. Okay. But, have a cushion I sit on because my chair is wood. I need to get one of my computer chairs over here because these wooden chairs do not feel good. They're very hard to sit on. But what was funny about, before knowing about the junk journaling community though, is that if I did have a book coming in that had, you know, illustrations in it, I was cutting them out. This is before I knew about junk journaling. I would take the kids' books, and I had some that came through, the covers were just destroyed. So I was taking the pictures and like cutting the images out. And I have a whole box of them somewhere. When I moved my store, they got misplaced. So I'll come back across them. So that's so funny. I was preparing for junk journaling and I didn't even know it. I've always been a journaler. And I would use stickers or I would doodle and things like that in my journals, but I never did things like glue books and things. So that was all something introduced to me coming to YouTube. I got my first glue book I've been working on, and I've been having fun with it. And then I have another book. I need to add some more stuff to it. It's my Sunny Fun Time Mail books. And I take people who craft, and I've bought some of their stuff or they've sent me items. I put their business card in it and something they've done. But this was, this is my first glue book. This paper came from the Dollar Tree. It's wrapping paper. And then these are my, I call them my fabric tags. I made these. And then these here were my signatures into it. And this is my very first glue book. I started in 2001. And I've been playing in it ever since. So sometimes I'll come on and do a live and I'll do a page in this. Sometimes it's something else. I never know what I'm going to do when I do my lives. I have a memory book I'm making for my cats that passed away. And I had them for 21 and 22 years. This is my altered journal that's going to definitely stay a gator mouth for Hope and Heather. This is my memory book of them. So this is why every time I see the word Hope, I'm like, I melt, because that's what my cat's name was Hope. This was an old book. I had fun altering this from Halloween to fall. So this is still in progress. And then this is my Sunny Fun Time book. And this is one I made out of duct tape and 2 signatures. And when I have a Sunny Fun Time mail and it's a favorite crafter, like Uni Desiree was my first person, JD. These were things she sent me in, you know, pieces of a Happy Mail, or if I bought one of her journals and she stuck stuff in. So I made 2 pages for her. This is one I used to buy off of Patty Lang. This was all the stuff off of her channel. This is off of Amy's channel. She tends to love Halloween, so I did a Halloween feature. And if they have a business card, I stick them in here so that I can keep track of their business cards. This is Pearl's page. Pearl. Hey, Viv! And this is Michelle Scott's page. She likes her shabby chic and her grunge. This is my Carhartt page. And I used one of hers is her business card as a pocket. This is my Rosie's Crafty Shack page. This is my Spectre Mart page. And it'll continue. Whoever I get stuff off as a crafter, your business card and everything will go in here. So I love my Sunny Fun Time mails and that journal because I think it's cute. How are you doing, Viv? The pocket I bought off of someone. I am cutting pages. Viv is my favorite trinket channel. If you're looking for charms and flatbacks, Viv, did you see the latest thing that I made with one of the things that I bought off of your channel? Let me see where I put it. I think I put it in my idea book. I will have to show you. Today I'm just cutting up pictures for ephemera. Look what I made, Viv. I made one of my first fabric flips with one of the things that I bought off of your channel. Look how cool this is. This is my idea book. And what I'm doing is I'm putting in things that I will use in my journals. And this way I can go back and look at this. I bought, look how pretty that is. She sells the cutest charms and flat, just different types of items. And I sewed this on by hand with a piece of lace. And what this will do will go into a journal. You can either sew it in or glue it in, it doesn't matter. And then this is my first flip. I think this would be cute inside of a Valentine's Day one. Isn't that cute? So you flip it up and you flip it up and then you journal underneath on the page. It'll be probably attached to a colored page or a coffee dyed page. I don't know if it'll be red dyed, I don't know, or whatever, but whatever I choose to pick. And look how cool that is. That's my first fabric flip ever. I'd been wanting to make them, but I had just never took the time to do it. And I thought that was really cute. because I think people want to see how we utilize their stuff too. And she'll sell charms. She does a lot of jewelry, brooches. It doesn't matter. She's got it. If you're looking for something specific, Texas Sparkle Viv will find it. She found me the cutest horse charms. I got a lot of cute jewelry from you. And sometimes she'll do big bags of stuff for reasonable prices. Sometimes she'll do them separate. It just all depends on the flow. But isn't that awesome? I like that. So this was a cookbook. I'm not really into the recipes in this particular book, but I like the binder. Somebody donated this to my used bookstore, and I saw the cover and liked it because it's like vintage looking, and it says keepsake. I didn't even realize it was a cookbook till I opened it, so I decided to make this my idea book and use the pages of things that I like added into my journals, and that way I can flip through. And if I get the idea from somebody like this one here, I got from Danny's channel, I put idea from Danny. So that way I can give some people credit for where I found my ideas from. Sometimes I like the ideas to come from myself if I'm up late at night trying to figure something out. But if I see it on somebody's channel when they're doing like a flip through of a journal or something, and I use it, then I do try to give them credit. And if I have ideas that somebody else had before me, well, I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes us crafters think alike. And I thought this one idea, I was so excited. I contacted a friend of mine that's in Australia, and I said, oh my goodness, you got to see this. And then I Googled it, and I was like, darn it. It was another video kind of like it, but with my own twist. And she goes, well, it's still your idea if you didn't watch a video and find it. But it was funny because some crafters on here can get really moody if they think you're stealing their ideas, but they don't realize that sometimes people can have the same ideas, you know, and not realize it, which happens. That's just like Danielle Steele. She's an author. And for people that don't know this, she doesn't read books, because I watched an interview with her, and she refuses to read people's books because she doesn't ever want to get in trouble for plagiarizing. And she says, I'm always afraid if I read somebody else's stuff, it'll stick in my conscience, which, you know, she has a point. So that's kind of how like I rather be, unless I'm in a challenge or one time I did a swap and I had no clue what something was, and then I had to core search it. But most of the time I try to do it when I'm not watching somebody else's video to see where my mind can go. But if it's something that I need to know, then I'll look it up. Because, you know, you do kind of want to challenge your own brain. The whole point about being creative and crafty is kind of like not mocking other people. You know, finding some things that you want to do on your own. At least in my personal opinion, it is. Not saying it's a bad thing to watch somebody and learn off of someone else. I'm just saying that if you want to create something yourself, then you don't want to use somebody else's ideas. Yep. Exactly. What was funny, Texas, is when I used to do makeup, it was really funny because I never edited videos or anything. And I remember this mother, probably the best compliment I ever had doing makeup reviews. She says, my daughter, we would hear her laughing in another room. And she came into one of my comment sections or one of my lives. I can't remember. It's been a while ago. But she said, we couldn't figure out why she was laughing, and she was watching one of your videos. And what was funny was I don't edit or nothing, so any mistake I make, you will see it. And I knew what video she was talking about because it was absolutely hysterical. Even I was laughing during it. I was doing makeup and I had a brush and I went to go to the other side of my face and I smacked myself in the nose. And you see the powder flying in the air. I can't remember if it was eyeshadow. I think it might have been eyeshadow, or I can't remember what it was, or powder or something. And it was absolutely hysterical, Viv, because I hit my nose with my brush and the powder went flying. And this lady said, "My daughter loves your videos." And I'm thinking, as an older woman, a lot of the younger ones like the younger people. So I was like shocked that somebody would like my video, being that I'm older. But she said she got the biggest kick out of you with your flaws because you didn't hide anything. And she said, "I love it because she doesn't make you feel like you have to be an expert, that anybody could sit down and play with makeup." And that was the best compliment I ever had on here because I thought that was absolutely hysterical. I'm like, "Will you tell your daughter thank you for watching my videos? Because I think that is absolutely funny and cute." Oh no, it's that college. Gotta watch that college person. Yes, I'm looking at chat. Brat. College tortures me. College is my torture troll. That's what I'm gonna call him. Yeah, but it's fun. Like, and I remember I like watching Danielle Ray. I love her. She's one of my favorite makeup people. She does a lot of unboxings and she gets a lot of PRs, but she's so funny because her husband, I never laughed so hard watching her husband put her makeup on. And she even answered my comment. It was just because she's a bigger YouTuber. Sometimes they will answer you. I was laughing so hard at him doing her makeup. And I put a comment down and she answered it. And I said, "This is absolutely hysterical." And she started doing bloopers at the end of her videos so people could see the mistakes she made. And I love that. I love when people make mistakes because it shows their realness. And a lot of people, that started watching the makeup gurus when they first started, like Laura Lee and them, they were only using sunlight. They didn't have like these fancy ring lights and stuff. And you saw the flaws. And now that they're more professional, there's a lot of people that were upset about it because they missed them being all natural. Because now they filter everything. You be quiet, college. College is my mod troll. He's bad. If you want funny comments, that's the person you want on your channel. He's a riot. Every time I do an unboxing, he goes, "Where's the nuts and bolts?" We don't use nuts. Well, I can't say we don't use bolts because some people do use hardware on their journals, but I don't. I haven't yet. He's comical. Unless you consider keys. But you can really meet some funny people on here. You really can. You can have a good time. The whole point of being on the internet, don't let the bad people get to you. Don't take it so serious. Just have fun. If you don't like somebody, then you just don't like them. There's people that I'm like, I don't like them. Some people I can tolerate. Some people I really like. You just have that list. And it's a given. You even have that list even with your family members, as far as I'm concerned. So, I just try to treat people on here how I want to be treated. And if you're mean to me, you better expect it back because you're going to get it. I just don't take crap from people. I've been on here too long. I've been on the web since 2001. 2001. And there's not anything I haven't seen, any bullshit line I haven't heard. I could write a book. Tammy's Web Passions. Or no, I should call it Tammy's Encounters. I've seen some crazy people on here. And I've met some really good people on here. You know, it just all depends. But the ones I met in person, I always forget Nancy. I don't know why. I never think of her. We met in person. We were friends on Yahoo for a really long time. She's on my Facebook. We met in person from Yahoo. We had a blast. I haven't met anybody off of YouTube yet. All the people I've met off the web have been from Yahoo Chat. And I had a friend, Kim, who's on my Facebook. She was from Australia. She came and stayed with me for 10 days. We had a ball. We had a ball. She told everybody, people were asking her what I was like offline when she went back to chat. And she said, naughty. She's naughty. I go, I am not. She tells everybody I'm naughtier in person. But the people that I've met, I have never been disappointed. They never pretended to be who they weren't. I've known them for like 4 years or more. I don't think I ever met anybody under that. It's somebody, because to me, it's like, you know, when your friends stick around, the longer they stick around, the more you know that they like you for you and they're not using you as a stepping stone or for any purpose on here. They just like hanging out with you. And to me, I think those are the best friends you could possibly make on here. And I've had a ball because I have never been disappointed in any of the people I've ever met. I mean, they have been exactly who they displayed themselves to be. Now, I've seen a chat room once meet from Texas, of all places, Viv. There was John. He used to be an EMT that hung out in our chat room. And he was a part of a Texas room because he was in Texas. Now, he had a whole different interpretation. They didn't know each other a whole long time. It was like maybe like a year or so. So he didn't really have time to dig into all the different personas when it was just all one room. So they decided to have a meetup. He said he was so shocked because one person was a total bitch. He said online she was so sweet. He said in person she was awful. He said another one was very shy in person. That her persona actually came out more on the web than when he met her in person. And then he says a lot of them were who they were. He says, but there was just those few. So, yeah, you don't know who's on the other side of the web. You really don't until you spend a lot of time with them. But I'm as mouthy as I am on here as I am offline. You know, my husband will tell you, I don't have nothing to hide. I am who I am, and you either like me or you don't. There's no shades of gray in between. I have flipped people off in traffic, and I have told people to go fuck themselves. I have. I am a mouthy wench. But I'm nice, and I'll give the shirt off my back. If I see a person not having food, I'll be the first one to feed you. But, you know, like I said, it just depends on how you treat me. And you know, and I have been baptized, and I don't care if the Bible says turn the other cheek. I don't. I stand my ground. And my pastor even knows how I am. And he says, you're still real. He says, even with the mouth, you're still real. But it is what it is. I try not to cuss, but, you know, sometimes it slips. I try to be good. But that's all we can be, you know. Just because a person gets baptized does not mean that they have to live a life of perfection. We're still going to make mistakes because we're human. I just can't stand hypocritical people that God, oh my God, I used to smoke and I quit. Now everybody that smokes needs to burn in hell. I hate those type of people because that's a hypocrite to me. Or a person that used to drink and then they're putting down everybody that drinks. You know, if you've been there and you know how hard it is, what right do you have to put another person down? I don't like people like that. I used to smoke. I quit smoking cigarettes in 2011, but you don't hear me putting people down because they still do. I prefer to be the supporter. You know, it took me 13 times to quit smoking. And I know it's not an easy habit to kick. It isn't. I'm glad I did, but I'm not college. But I'm not going to criticize somebody who doesn't, who has a hard time quitting or who still smokes because I quit. I don't believe in that. Now, if they want to know how I quit, I'll share. College, you're bad. But actually, what people don't realize, if you have your channel set to kids on YouTube, you cannot cuss at all. Fifi! There's my favorite Fifi. If you have people on here who have their stuff set to kids, then you don't want to cuss and you don't want to be out. But if you're set to adult, if you go to YouTube on YouTube and watch their videos, it even says on YouTube videos that you're not going to get demonetized just because you cuss. If you say like the F word every other word, then yeah, it counts against you. But if you slip throughout your video and you say some cuss words, they're not going to take your monetization away from you. I already looked this stuff up. Hey Liz, I got to go back and watch the rest of Pearl's sale too later. But you either love me for me, damn it, or go kiss Liz's. If you don't love me, you go kiss her stick. Go after her stick that she has. Because, we know Liz graduated. She left that broom. I'm telling you, she carries a pitchfork. So there you go. If you don't like me, you got to go kiss Liz's pitchfork. I think it's funny. She traded in her broom, Fifi, and she flies on a pitchfork. Up, up, and away she goes. Thank you, Christina. I love you guys too. Oh my gosh, Mousy. She kills me every day. I know you guys are on her Facebook page too, and she posts those jokes. She has me in a fit of giggles every day, that woman does. If you guys do not follow Mousy Deb on Facebook, there's something wrong with you. Oh my goodness. I used to have tons of jokes. I'm going to have to go back and see if I can find them. But way back in 2007, I was in a MSN chat group that was all jokes. And I used to save, and I made an email where I stored them because at the time I didn't have an external hard drive. So I shoved everything in an email so I could format my computer. I have so many jokes stored, you people would die. And I can't wait to go back to those emails and post some of them in Facebook because I've been having fun. She got me posting jokes again. And so, oh my God, I do too. Oh my gosh, she posts the funniest stuff. So I found a couple sites I've been pulling stuff from, but I'm going to have to start print screening them and downsizing them and reposted them because they took 2 of my posts away, saying that it wasn't appropriate content. Please. One of them was something so funny. It was something about going into your beauty parlor and telling your beautician to make you look prettier, and they started drinking. And Facebook took that post away. Only like 3 people saw it, and then they blocked it. I get so sick and tired of Facebook blocking my content. And I kept thinking that there was nothing bad about it. I thought it was absolutely hysterical. It's not like I was making fun of somebody else. I stuck it in there about me. So I quit sharing because you got to watch some of the sharings. I guess they're stored on sites that they don't want other people to see or something, like it's minimal people or something. I don't know. It's like, well, if you don't want it shared on Facebook, then why did you put it there to begin with? So I had to go back and I tried to refind it to print screen it and repost it, but I couldn't find a copy of it. But I thought it was funny. Oh, I know. I hate it, Fifi. I can't stand it. Margie's gonna get a cat. She's gonna call it Fifi. If I could send her one for Christmas, I would. She needs a kitty cat named Fifi. I've told her that since I met her. A Fifi kitty. I never call her Margie. I call her Fifi. All I keep thinking of every time I hear that name Fifi is I keep thinking of a fluffy poodle. Come here, Fifi. Margie's funny too. She's got a good personality too. But that's how I feel too, Margie. You either like me or you don't like me. And if you come to my house, don't look at my damn clutter. You come to visit me because I definitely have clutter. My house has got so much clutter, it's sad. Although I did really good the other day. I took 4 hours out of my time and cleaned up some of the clutter because I have this problem in my kitchen. Whenever I get boxes, I love saving pizza boxes because they make the best tags. You people just don't get it. Those DiGiorno boxes and stuff, they are great going through your big shot machine making wonderful tags. So I have this problem of boxes being in a pile and something else, and my hubby's like, would you quit it? Take care, Viv. So he makes fun of me. That's my clutter. Yep. So I had to take I have to take all the boxes and break them down and stick them in a box because if I don't, I never hear the end of it. He says, we can't see the countertop. I'm like, whatever. I said, I'll get my own damn house so I can cover my kitchen cabinets if I want to. But my hubby's OCD. Just so you know, he can't stand clutter. It drives him crazy. So guess what Tammy does when he annoys her? She builds clutter. Because I'm bad like that. But you know what? I would rather irritate him that way than cuss him and call him names. I would rather make him look at clutter. It drives me crazy. But he does it to me too. There you go, Fifi. I'll have to tell him that one. I'll tell him you be quiet or I'll go get cats so they can sit there. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I mean, I don't like using weaknesses against a person. I really don't like that. But you know, when you live with your husband after a while and they irritate you, you just got to do something to get back to him. He's not just anybody. Because most of the time, that's what I told him when we got married. You know, things that you like and things you don't like. You better give me a list because if you don't, I can't read your mind. And he told me two things. So you ladies know, and guys out there, my husband's two no-nos were, do not ever make me eat cottage cheese, and don't ever cook me hamburger helper. That's what he told me. That was the only two rules I had to follow as his wife. That means I could break all the rest, but not those two. He despises cottage cheese because he says it looks like soured milk, and he hates hamburger helper. So those are the two rules I never broke in 32 years. I have never made him eat either one. So I think I did good. I was a good wife. Oh my God, Phoebe, you're so bad. Oh my gosh, that's hysterical. That is so funny. We have one of those cages outside with a dog box in it that my dog, when it gets cooler, we'll let her go out there, and we only put the dog box in it just so she had a place for shade because I didn't have my trees planted yet, which I do have my trees planted now, and they look good. And the one is a maple tree, and it's now giving off wonderful shade, which is awesome. So my dog gets so hyper. You should have seen her the other day. I wish I would have videotaped her. When cold weather comes in, she is like a puppy again. She grabs the leash. She's trying to pull me around the yard. She's got her little butt in the air with her face down, and she's jumping at me. She is a riot. I love my puppy. And if you would have seen her trying to lead me around, she's so funny. She bites on her leash and she pulls me. Well, I told my husband, since he built the dog box out there and he's got that little cage out there to keep her in, because when he's out mowing grass, she goes nuts. She has to be in the cage watching him, because if not, she's running from window to window in the house. So she drives me crazy. She has to see what daddy's up to. So he put her in the cage, and I told him, see, she's only out there for like an hour on cooler days. So you know what the rest of the time is. You make me mad, that's going to be your playpen. That's what I told my husband. That's going to be your playpen. That's going to be where you live. He's like, me, 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 me. We got 30. Yes, Tina. We got our 32nd. Let's see, it's our 32nd or 33rd anniversary coming up. It's a long time, people. Let me see here. Yeah. Let's see, till, well, 2022. No, it'll be our 33rd. We've been married 32 years. Why am I telling everybody it's going to be our 32nd? It's going to be our 33rd wedding anniversary. I think. Yeah. January 1989. Till January 2022. It's bad. It's bad when you gotta look up how many years it's been. That's hysterical. It'll be, yeah, 33. I told everybody it's gonna be our 32nd. It's gonna be our 33rd wedding anniversary in January. Holy moly. I tease him all the time. I said, is my jail sentence up yet? He says, shut up, woman. Oh my gosh, PP. Oh my God. I don't know if I can put up with mine that long. I better be good because pretty soon he's going to be on his way home from work and he's going to be sneaking in here listening to what I'm talking about. Oh, so ladies, I can't show you the guy's picture because he blocked me. There was this guy on. I love busting out the guys on Instagram. I'm sorry, I'm a ball buster, just so you guys know. My husband tells me I should have been an undercover cop. But anyways, if you guys haven't noticed, when you sign up for Instagram, you get all these guys with these bodybuilding pictures or military pictures, and they're all hunky dory, and they start hitting on, and then they want money. They are the worst scammers, and they're not even good at it. So this one guy added me. He was in the military. This happened a long time ago. Yes, Liz. I'm gonna share my cop story. And he comes out and he's trying to suck up to me and he's trying to tell me I have to buy this card for him because his machine gun doesn't work in the military. And I'm like, what? Machine guns do not work by cards. Spare me. And he says, no, seriously. He said, I need this. I said, what the hell kind of game are you playing? And are you in your mother's basement? And he says, it's like they're gamers that can't afford to play their games because they're so addicted, is what it sounds like to me. So this guy, he said, I said, I want to see your face. He goes, I don't have a camera. I said, no, I'm not giving you no damn money until I hear your voice. I said, you're claiming you're an American soldier. I said, first off, how do you have time to even chat if you're a soldier? And second of all, I want you to prove it. Well, he wouldn't do it and he quit talking to me. This was the first encounter I had with one of these guys. And he goes, he cut me off and he wouldn't talk to me. So a little bit later, he starts talking to me again. I said, you know, your friends list is all females. I said, that says a lot about you. Where are your male friends? So as I was going down, I happened to see military men popping up, and here he was under a crap ton of accounts. He's taking pictures he's finding somewhere, and he's playing a whole bunch of different men. He's not just one account on Instagram, he's like 25 accounts. And he was hitting on people, telling them when you see the other military pictures popping up, he would say that's part of his platoon. I mean, come on, please. And I'm thinking, no, dude, you're playing the whole platoon. And so I did. I got him convinced. I said, I have like $150 or something. I don't know. I really suckered this guy. Said I had this money, but I was not going to give him any until I heard his voice. I said, until you come to Facebook and add me and get into a video chat and talk to me, I'm not giving you nothing. So he did. He came all the way to Facebook and he talked to me and he sounded Russian. I said, you're from Russia. You are definitely not an American. You're an asshole and you ain't getting a damn dime off of me. So he hurried up and he jumped out of the voice chat and he blocked me. So I hadn't been on Instagram like really chatting until recently. So this guy, he goes by I think it's Morgan split in half. It's MORG, and I think he's got an underscore something with the number. So if you see this name, good looking pictures. He lifts his shirt up. He looks like he's a bodybuilder. And he's got, I told my husband, I said, look, my latest conquest. And I was showing my husband the picture. Oh, I gotta get this up. Okay, let me catch my breath. I was teasing my husband. I said, look, I said, I can still attract the cuties. I said, look at this pinchy cheeks. 2 nights ago, I showed him all the pictures of this guy. He goes, oh, he's young. I said, that's the point. My husband's just shaking his head because he already knew he was fake. So this guy told me he wanted me to get the WhatsApp what's it or WhatsApp or WhatsApp app. I don't know this app I've never heard of. And I told him, I said, why can't you just come to my YouTube channel? I told him this last Wednesday. I said, I have a YouTube channel, and I said, you can come up and I will introduce you and you can talk to people in in my life. Oh my God, Liz, this is so funny. So he comes out, he says, that's okay, honey. He says, I just do the WhatsApp or something. And I said, well, I don't have the WhatsApp. So I don't apparently you must be able to fake yourself on this application. So yesterday I said, hey, he kept calling me honey and darling. I say, hey honey, I said, would you please quit using pet names? I said, my name is Tammy. You want to talk to me? You say, hey Tammy. I start getting a little bossy to see what they do. And I said, I don't like your pet names because you got so many girls you follow on here. I think you can't keep their names straight. That's why you keep calling me honey and babe. And I said, my name is Tammy, so get it straight. Learn to read. So he quit the pet names. He actually listened. So then he kept leaving me these good mornings. How are you? So yesterday I said to him, okay, tomorrow night I'm going live. And I said, and I really want you to be on my live because I want to do an interview. And he typed back to me, I wish I could show you this, but I can't because when you block somebody on Instagram, it takes all your shit away. I can't even show you this, but this is absolutely funny. So I told him, he says, no, that's okay, dear. You don't have to. I said, I told you about the pet names. Well, call me dear. I'm not your dear. And I said, well, the only reason why you possibly would not come on my live and let me do an interview is you must be fake. And he come out, fuck you. He cussed me. And then he blocked me because I told him he was fake. And then my husband come home last night. And I told him, I said, oh, honey, I'm so sad. My husband says, what? I said, I lost my pitchy cheeks. I said, I busted him out for being fake, and now he blocked me and he cussed me. My husband just shook his head and laughed, and he walked out of the house. But oh God, that shit's funny. I can't help it. And I was telling somebody in a live this morning, and this guy Brandon was on YouTube, and he says, "Are you always this irritating?" How am I irritating? I'm telling the truth about what just happened, and you're calling me irritating. I said, "What are you fake too?" And then he just put in an LOL. I have no clue who this Brandon person is, but I thought that was so funny. That's what you do. When you get a guy message you on Instagram, play with him because there's tons. And I remember this lady from the South, she did a video. I went into her live stream and she says, where are these widowers coming from on Instagram? And I said, I met 7 of them this week and I told them to quit killing their wives. Because they'll say they're either military or they're widowers or they're in the military and they have a kid that lives back home. It's their stories are so messed up, but they're all the same. So seriously, go hit on an Instagram guy. That's what I dare you guys to do. And I have this another one that started following me. Oh, he should still be there. Liz. Liz is giving crafting challenges. I'm giving you douchebag challenges. Go make an Instagram guy block you. That's my challenge for oh my god. I gotta show you this guy. This one guy's still following me. I might have blocked him though. I might have. I think I did because I don't see him either. He had 4 pictures. And 2 of them was his face, one in a ball cap, and the other one he had sugar daddy. And he had a young girl standing outside of a car and a bunch of Chanel presents. But he had sugar daddy right on one of his pictures. Oh my goodness. These guys don't even try to hide it. It's just funny. And as soon as you open your messages to one of them, you have like 50 of them add you. That's what makes you realize it's all the same person. Oh my goodness. My block list is huge on Instagram because I keep busting these guys and they get mad. Let me see here. So I have to block them back. I'm trying to go to my latest. Hold on here. I think it's hysterically funny. I'm sorry, guys. I find amusement in crazy places. Okay. This is what you get. When I guys started following me, look how many people added me. There's a David Smith that started following me 3 days ago. There's a Mark Codwell official that started following me 4 days ago. These are all fake men, by the way. I can just tell. So you go into this David Smith's. I'll show you. I don't follow him back, so his account's set to private. Well, you can see right here he only has 10 followers and he's following 679 people because people know he's fake. They're not stupid. But I'm telling you. And then you have this Mark person. See, they're all setting their accounts to private now. He's supposedly an orthopedic surgeon, girls. Look at that shit. He's from Los Angeles, California. That's nuts. It's funny when you go down your Instagram and you see this stuff, though. Oh, here's another one. Here's a Eric Anthony. They must be setting their accounts to private now, so you have to literally add them because you don't block them until you get to know them. Who's this one? Oh, look at this one, people. His name is Andrew Munich. He's a doctor. Happiness never goes out of style. He actually has 2,500. He must be a real suck up. But this is the kind of stuff you see. They have doctor uniforms and they have like military, and they're not real. They're fake people. Oh shit. I gotta stop showing that hubby's in here. Hey hubby. Tell the girls about the sweet cheeks that was following me on Instagram. He blocked me. I was telling him about the guys that were following me on here. On Instagram, I was teaching about the scammers. I told you he would spy. I was telling everybody we were going to be married for 32 years, Mike. It's going to be 33. Zena. No, Zena, you can't ignore them. You got to bring them on. Oh my gosh, Zena. Oh my gosh. There you go. No, I need a medal. Zena. Christina, that's so funny. I bet. I bet you did have fun with them. I had one guy bother me telling me he was Harry the Prince of Wales, the redheaded Harry. And I said, "You are not. You're a liar." This guy was funny, though. He actually had a funny sense of humor. Hey, Mike, did I show you the picture of the guy that I told you he was my hottie chasing me? Did I or did I not tell you that? Tell the women what I do. He's my witness. I can't show his pictures. My husband saw his pictures, but I can't show him because when he blocked me, everything disappeared. I can't even find his channel. Oh my gosh. But my husband saw his picture. Wasn't he cute, Mike? Mike goes, he is cute. Don't you tell me bye. Get back here. You're supposed to be my witness. He left his coat outside on the roof outside. Christina. Mike left his coat outside, and let me tell you, my dog is OCD like my husband. She notices everything out of place. And she knew his coat was on that roof. Today, every time I took her out to go to potty, she went right to his coat. I smell my daddy. Oh my gosh, it was so funny. I'm like, I already know it's there, Roan. Daddy left his coat on the roof because it's like the roof is low because it's like underground partially, so she could smell it. My dog's obsessed with my husband. I tease him all the time because we'll go to bed at night and she's literally behind me licking his face. And I go, "Would you quit sucking face with daddy behind my back?" Because she is like a kid with him. It is so funny to know, when you have a daughter, they're a daddy's girl, but when you see your dog being a female and being a daddy's girl, it is absolutely hysterical. I need to shoot a video from the time he comes home to the time he sits down with her because they have a ritual. She runs through the house like freaking Dino on Fred Flintstone, and you hear tap, 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 tap across the floor. He comes in the door. She's got to do a little puppy dance for daddy in circles to get attention. It's so funny. She never does this stuff to me. She only does it to him. And it is so comical that he gets a shower and she doesn't like it that he doesn't smell like her. So she puts her paws on his shoulders and licks his entire face until she smells like her breath. One of these days, I told him I'm going to do a video of how she is with you and show everybody on YouTube because it is comical. He spoils my baby. And then when he's off work and has to go back, it's horrible. Like he'll have a weekend off and she's all over him and then she mopes. She pouts like a little petulant child, like, "Oh, my daddy left me." It's the cutest thing ever. I love my puppy. She's not a puppy very much anymore, though. She's getting to be a big puppy. So these are hard to choose. We have a vessel of the U.S. Coast Guard on one side, and then this side we have the U.S. and British shore installations. That's kind of cute. Little booth there where they watch for the boats. But which side do you save? I think I'll save this side. Oh my gosh, I don't know. I think people on the web can be absolutely hysterical at sometimes. They give me stuff to laugh about. Or you'd be sitting in chat. We had these two guys one time. Oh my gosh, the funniest story ever. Because when you hang out in a chat room for a while, even the guys become friends and they get to know each other. And I remember the one John guy that was from Texas, he used to love flirting with Asian ladies. And because he was single. And we had my friend James from Tennessee that would come in there, and oh my gosh, he was so hysterically funny. One night he created an account and said he was from the Philippines, and he started flirting with John under his name and had his cam on. But every time John, it wasn't like anybody could see your cam. You had a permission where you had to accept it. So every time John would try to view his cam, he just kept denying. And he kept saying that Yahoo was having an issue. He flirted with John for an hour. Like, he had him going so bad, thinking he was a girl. I was the only one that knew the truth sitting there. Oh God. I kept messaging him in private. I said, John is so gonna kill you when he finds out who you are. And he says, oh, this is a blast. And he messed with him, and it was just the funniest thing I ever seen in chat. And I'm trying to talk on the microphone and keep a straight voice. That was fun. I was trying so hard not to laugh. And then finally, John said, I don't understand why your cam's not working. He said, but I would really like to have a chat with you again. And then James got up on the microphone. I bet you would. And freaking John heard his voice. He's like, what? So quiet. And he said, who is that? And James started laughing. He told James, he says, I'm so going to get you back for that. Oh my gosh, the stuff these people did. I have a lot of great memories from Yahoo. That's why I talk about it so much. But oh my gosh, that was so hysterical. But you can build friendships and you can mess around like that. Like, I know on YouTube you can have more than one account, but on there it was different because you could lock in your name and come back in under the same account. And you had like 9 different aliases under each account. And I remember Happy Little Nut. I often wonder what happened to her. She was from New Zealand and she hated Bill Gates. Every time she would come into a chat room, all she complained about was Microsoft. So I made the ID Bill Gates loves his little kiwi. And I found out what chat room she was in one night. And I came in and picked on her so bad that she was trying for hours to figure out who the heck I was. She kept naming all these people. I think I was like the 8th person she guessed. And she says, Teeny, damn it. She said, when I saw that name come in, I about choked. But that's the kind of fun you can play with people. We used to have so much fun. You guys don't even know the stuff we did to each other. It was a blast, though. And it was all harmless fun. But it was hysterical. She said, you were such a ride. I said, I know how to have fun. That's all. That's the kind of stuff we did in chat rooms. It's harder to do it on YouTube, though. You come on here and you try to do that, people think you're a troll and they block your butt. But I only have one account on YouTube. I can't keep up with the one account I have. But I used to have like, I don't know, like 500 different IDs on Yahoo. We would come in with Halloween names. And we had Valentine. I had Cupid Cutie. We had all these different Valentine names and things that we would try to guess who each other was coming into the chat rooms. It was just fun. The games you could play in chat. But we would make stuff up, and then we would like deck out the profiles and put like really cute art pictures and stuff on them. It was fun. It was so much fun back in the day. Now we have fun on here. We just do it differently on YouTube than what we could do in chat. In chat, you get away with more stuff. I've seen trolls come in and out of rooms like these. They remind me of booters on Yahoo. We used to get booted all the time out of chat. They would disconnect our Yahoo, knock us out. I saw somebody do a Happy Mail on here one time where the person opened their Happy Mail and confetti and everything flew out of it. That was funny. I haven't done that though. I like doing Happy Meals though. As a matter of fact, I got to remember to take an envelope up with me tonight because I got another one I need to send out. And I got another one I'm still working on. She may be in here lurking. I'm not done with her mail yet. Happy Meals are a lot of fun though when you're trying to guess things that people like. I liked all the Happy Meals I've gotten so far. I love my Sunday Fun Time meals, whether I pay for them or it's a Happy Meal. I enjoy them. So I look like I got some good ephemera built up. I'm working on some ephemera upstairs too because I got to finish my little journaling cards, my alphabet ones. I've been working on them for a while now. And then once I get some more of those done, then I got to work on that custom journal, which will be fun. I cannot tell what that is. Oh. Whaler preparing to, oh no, I don't know what that is. It almost looks like a whale outside of a boat, but I don't know. Can't get any answers on it. We'll cut this side off. Find me some Horace's College. And this weekend, I'm supposed to be nibbing in on another estate sale. But I'm hoping this time it's not going to be as big as the last sale I had. Oh my gosh, 2-day sale. That was just a lot of work. But I want to gear up and have another sale eventually. I just want to get the stuff put back, but I don't want to have one for 2 days. I just want to do a 1-day sale. But I'm working on it. Getting a variety of items back together again. My sales now are random. They're not going to be planned. They'll just be random whenever I have the stuff built up. Because I know there's a lot of people having sales now. And I don't want to kill people's wallets. I need to start creating and crafting with some of the stuff I bought. That's why I have not been attending a whole lot of sales lately. This is something I absolutely do not have. I haven't really been buying anything because I need to start using up some products. Here's my random. Oh, this one's got words in it. Thought I had an envelope, a plastic container I was keeping just words in. But I can use this. Little envelope is my word holder. And then I have a plastic bag. So I've been putting some of the black and white pictures in. So here we go. More added. Who in here has used the rub-offs? I haven't reused the rub-ons yet for crafting. Is there a trick to them? Somebody told me they got some of the rub-ons and they didn't like them because they couldn't get them to come off good enough. But I haven't got a chance to play with rub-ons yet. So there is that. But did you see what I made earlier, ladies? That missed it? This was playing with mooses with 2 different colors on my encyclopedia page. Isn't that pretty? Love how this turned out. So pretty. Love it, love it, love it. That was done with the stencil. Oh, and look what I have. I have a horseshoe. I bought a horseshoe. Isn't it cute? Sitting over here for good luck. And let's see what we have. If there's any more pictures left in this one or not. The pages will be nice to use for collaging or other items. This encyclopedia didn't really have a lot of pictures in them. They're just kind of like in spurts. Wish I had an electric saw. Ask my hubby about that. He might have one. Because I would still like to repurpose this cover. Well, I might just be able to use the boards and throw the spine out. Just give it a new spine since that's what's cracked on it. Front and back. But this part's still in good shape. So I could repurpose it and turn it into something. Maybe a scrapbook cover. Just going through it to see if there's any more pictures I can take out of this one. I gotta start getting back into doing book videos too. Eventually. Welcome back. Where'd you go? Fifi. I used to do that. That's funny. I remember one time a long time ago I did that. I was laughing so hard something went in chat and my foot kicked my search projector and it knocked me offline. Oh my gosh. Some of the times the people catch you off guard, you know? Must have been fun to kick yourself out. What I hate is when you're trying to type, you know, you're trying to text into a stream and you can't get it out fast enough. And you're fighting spell check at the same time. Oh, the other night somebody was closing down their stream and I was trying so hard to get a sentence out before they closed and they just poof gone. And I'm still typing. It's like, no, wait, I'm not done. Ooh, that sounds like fun. You get them made, you should post them in one of the groups so we can see them. The last thing that I did, I think it was like 120 granny squares is what it took me. It was something like that. My grandson likes Ohio State because his dad's from Ohio. So I made him a granny square blanket for his bed. And I think I had like 70 squares done and I had them laid out and I was like, it's not wide enough for his bed. So I had to create a whole bunch more. I was really off on the count, but I did them with gray yarn in the center and I outlined them in red for the Ohio State colors. And then when the blanket was completely done, I bordered it in black. I don't even know if I took a picture of it. Might have to go to my daughter's house, but he absolutely loves it. My daughter said it's just too bad there wasn't a way I couldn't have like sewed a sheet into it or something because he was saying it was itchy. And I said, well, the only thing I could say is he needs to put a sheet maybe like between him and the Afghan. But it was fun. It was a fun challenge to challenge myself because I've created the squares before, but I never like crocheted them together before. And that was the first time I did a whole entire blanket like that. It was a lot of fun. Took forever. And I made baby blankets for a bunch of babies. I might even still have a few of those left. I always keep baby blankets on standby. And anytime I was ever invited to a baby shower, I would try to get them stuff I know they would need, like, you know, a care kit with the baby Johnson's baby shampoo. I like Baby Magic. And like a set. And then I would put the little blanket in with it. That's one of the things I like doing for baby showers. So there's not a lot of pictures in this one, like I said. It's more like here and there. So maybe doing a fishy journal. These pages would be cute. A beach journal or something. But I will see you later, Fifi. Thank you for coming in. It was good to see you in here. It's fun when you come into a stream and you have some good laughs too. I'll have to remember some of the stories and share them, but it is fun picking on guys on Instagram, and I don't do it to be mean. I just like getting rid of the scammers. I can only imagine what some of these scammers go through when they come up against ladies like us. I bet we could all get together and write a funny story. And some of the guys were telling me in this one stream, well, you should see the females on Twitter. I said, oh no, I haven't had to deal with the female side. My Twitter, I never get bothered on my Twitter. I'm hardly ever in my Twitter account though. Twitter is like, I don't know. I find Twitter to be harder to get into. It's like I have an account, but I don't know. I don't get a lot of responses on there. Here's a cute, really pretty chapel. This is Chapel of Henry the Fifth, the Seventh. It's in Roman numerals. Westminster Abbey, London. I love architecture too. Another one of my favorite things. We have this one old church not far from where I live, and it's just beautiful. I have no idea when that church was created, but it's a Presbyterian church now, but boy, is it beautiful. College. I got a message through Facebook under somebody's account the other day telling me something about my name being on a list for it was dropped off at their door. I go, why are you scamming people? I said, this is a friend of mine's account. My name is not on no list dropped off at your door. I said, stop scamming people. They get mad at me and they'll block me where I can't message them through Messenger. I do that on there too. My mom's had to change her account like 6 times. I've never had to change my account once since I've been on Facebook. I keep telling them to stop sharing stuff, especially the animated pictures. If you hit share on them, that's where they're picking it up from. Some kind of code within it that's causing people to get into your stuff. I prefer to take and sometimes I'll share if I know it's coming from a Facebook page, but if I don't know where it's coming from, I won't share it. I print screen it and then I crop it and repost it fresh. That's what I do on Facebook. I pick out about, I don't know, maybe like 5 posts of jokes if they, depending on how fast they come up, because I can't spend hours on Facebook, but I'll go down through and I repost just the things that I think's funny or if I haven't seen it before. Because a lot of times you'll see stuff posted like 3 or 4 times by the same people or by different people, but it's the same thing. I try not to repost those. If I see it once, I might, but gosh. Oh, I know. I got a spam phone call on my freaking phone the other day telling me something about my direct TV bill can save me so much. And I'm like, people, I don't even have direct TV. Something about adding credit to my account. They're goofy. The one I felt really sorry for was an elder lady that got scammed. It was sad. Was something about Western Union and a relative that needed money sent to them. I can't remember how the story went. Needed to have money sent to them, or they were going to be sent to jail or something like that, making it like it was their one phone call. And this woman sent money, and I'm thinking, unless it's somebody really, really close, I wouldn't even believe that out of a long lost relative. Like, I don't know. I just feel sorry for the ones that get taken for granted. Oh, the one that really got me was you have won the Publishers Clearinghouse. and I kept him on the phone to get as much information as I could, and then I copied and pasted everything that I texted it in to and copy and paste it because I couldn't copy and paste it. I was writing it on a piece of paper and texted it into our local news station. The whole conversation of the scam so that people knew what to watch out for. And what their thing is they wanted to know, of course, I hadn't played the Publishers Clearinghouse in the first place, so I knew it was a scam. But I told them, they asked me if I wanted them to show up to the house and make it public, or if I wanted it to be private. And all right, Fifi. Hope I didn't miss saying bye to her. But anyways, they wanted you to get one of those green dot cards or something where they couldn't release the money until you paid, saying that you owed $200 worth of taxes. Oh, you won $10 million, but you only owe $200 in taxes, please. And they wanted you to get one of those prepaid cards. So you would go to Walmart, pick up a card with $200 on it, scratch it off, give them the number, and they would take your money and you would get squat. It's like, please. And I think some people who, to me, I think the elderly are big, people that get these, because I know a lot of people that even come to my community yard sale that still don't use computers. So when, stuff like this comes to them through phone calls, they don't know what to think because they have no clue what's out there if they haven't been online and on the web to see these scams. And they get taken for granted by this stuff. They're all hippie, hippie, joy, joy, I won this money. Not knowing they just gave this person cash to take it directly from you. Because, like I can take a phone card from Straight Talk, and I've done this before. I had a couple friends who were money, hard times, and they had Straight Talk phones and phone numbers. But then if you don't use your Straight Talk phone, because I've never signed up for a phone plan ever. I've always had Straight Talk where I go buy cards once a month. And if, say, my phone goes down, like if me and my husband are short of money or something, I've done this before just for the heck of it. And I would tell him, don't pay $55 for my phone card. Just let it ride this month. And I'll get one next month. I can still keep in touch with everybody on my phone through Facebook Wi-Fi. Everybody that's on my phone's on my Facebook. So I don't lose them. They just can't call me. And most of the time, if I can talk to them through Facebook, they don't call me anyways. So I tell people, my phone's out if you're trying to call me. So just get in touch with me through Facebook because, my kids, that they can get a hold of me the same way. And plus, I have a home phone. I have a landline too. So one time, like whenever you go to fill your card service on Straight Talk, they'll say, is it for such and such number? And if I want to fill a plan for a friend of mine that's having a hard time, I can put their number in and pay for their card. Like I'll pay for the card, but when I go to set it up, I can scratch the number off. And instead of adding it to my phone, I add it to their phone number. So that's kind of what these green cards are. These green dot cards. I don't even know if they even have them anymore because they quit getting them here because somebody said something about people hacking them. But instead of doing Western Union, which cost a lot of money to do, Western Union in the first place, you could go get one of these green dot cards and all you have to do is scratch the number off and give it to the other person and they can use that money for whatever. And that's what that phone call was about. And they quit doing those cards around here. I don't even know if they have them anymore. So I was like, when my great nephew was in the hospital, my niece has a PayPal. I was able to forward money to her PayPal so she could use it. I also have Cash App. So instead of somebody who wants to, I don't have super chat because I'm not going to get monetized. But if a person likes my channel, they like my content, you want to tip me for a coffee, I don't want to do the coffee link because that coffee link, you can do it one time. I don't know if you've seen that tip through coffee or whatever, or you can set it up once a month. It'll tip their channel, but some of them didn't even use it for coffee. It's like a channel tip. With me, I have a Cash App and it's free. It's just an app on your phone that you set up, and if a person wants to tip my channel, they can either send it there or they can send it friends and family to my PayPal. If you want to super chat me, that's how you do it. And that way YouTube doesn't get 30% of it. And I've had people tip my channel and I'm very blessed that way. People that have come through and has sent money. And one time I was doing a fundraiser for the backpack. It doesn't have a link or anything, but it's through our church where kids were in need for food and stuff like that. And I have done that for a few years. I would take money and through my bookstore, so much that I sold off my live sales, like a certain percentage or my bookstore or whatever, and I would donate it to the church. And I think one year I raised like $391. That people were sending money to my PayPal for that. And then I would show them the card for that too. But I don't care to be monetized. You know what I mean? I feel that if you like my content, you want to tip me for some odd reason. I have everything in my about section. My Cash App and everything. So if a person really wants to, they can go there. I never ask for anything though, unless it's an emergency. Like when my nephew and my husband got hurt. That's the only time I've really ever asked people to give me money on here. But yeah, under my about section, you see, I said my Cash App and it tells what it is in my PayPal. If a person wants to send a tip to my channel or whatever. And I either buy crafting supplies with it, or yes, I have treated myself to coffee because I do like coffee. Um, I have also even taken sometimes and put money back into giveaways when I've reached a certain milestone. I've done that too. Right now I don't even show my numbers anymore. I guess I could, but it doesn't matter. I lost 20 subscribers last week. The milestones are fun for giveaways, but I just don't care to get monetized. But I think the highest I ever had on here was 2,500 and like 95. I was really close to having 2,600 subscribers and I dropped down to 2,574. That's where I'm at right now. I lost like 20 last week. But it is what it is. Why is my I don't know why that just did that. Oh well. But it was fun. Yeah, I know. That's why college that I it kind of turned me against it. You know what I mean? I was enjoying it to do giveaways more than anything, but then it got to a point like, I don't know, we live and learn when we're on here. And you can always tell when somebody's new to when somebody's been on here for a while. And I feel like just me personal that YouTube makes it so hard for people that I just feel like once a person's been monetized, it's like they have to try harder and harder and harder. Hey, Poe. But yeah, it does. It's almost like um they have to push themselves harder college and it makes them look like e-bakers. I agree. And I mean, and I feel for some of these people because if they're at home or they lost their job because of COVID or something like that, I'm sure that some people do need these type of jobs. But I don't know. I can't see myself being like that. I can't see myself constantly begging people to subscribe to me or going into their comment section. And that's what's happening to me too. Is people, I subscribe to you if you subscribe to me back, or I sub you, you sub me. But I got so sick of seeing that crap, I started deleting it. It's like, I'll follow you back if I like you and I like your channel. And but I do feel that way too. I feel like that they're becoming beggars now. Like once a person's monetized, it's like they can't get enough of it or something. Now, I don't mind going into a stream and saying, give this person a thumbs up. I find that respectful. But I'm not going to beg for it. You know what I mean? Because I do that. I'll go into somebody else's stream and say, can you please give this person some thumbs up? But I just feel like once you're monetized, I just think it's horrible. It's like, because when you first get monetized, the thing that people don't realize, they go through all the videos you've done and you make a bunch of money at first because YouTube's catching up on everything you've done. And I do believe you get like this one big check. But then after that, it's all about the super chat. If once you get your super chat, if nobody uses it, that's where the money comes from, because YouTube takes 30% of what you get. So you're really not making that much money. If somebody's only like, doing the $1.99 or $2 or whatever, you're not making much money. So, you got to probably make about $50 a shot or $100 a shot in order to get anywhere. That's the part I think is sad. Because you put all that time into editing and when you're doing all this work and stuff for what you're doing. But see, I don't do all that. I don't edit. I've never edited. I'm all natural. So if you get my mistakes, that's what you get. Because I don't edit anything. I do like some of the intros though. Like some of my friends have the cutest introductions, and I think that would be kind of cute to add to my channel. But I don't know. I just never got into it that much. Now I have edited on my TikTok, and it's fun. TikTok makes it really easy to edit. As a matter of fact, what was funny is I have people I follow off of YouTube on TikTok, and I go watch them there, and I do like the short clips on there because they do have some really funny stuff on TikTok, and plus you can play music and all that kind of stuff. But I never really played with it. My grandson was here. He's like, 13. And he says, he had a TikTok. I said, "You have a TikTok?" And I've never even played with that or edited it. He just picked up his phone and he started showing me how to do it. Like, oh my gosh, this is so easy. So when my grandson showed me how to do TikTok, then I uploaded a few videos, and I find TikTok very easy. Thank you. You missed what I made earlier. Look how pretty this is, Paul. Paul, this is College. College is he's my troll moderator. He likes torturing me. But here's you missed my hubby in here. He was in here earlier too. He sneaks in every once in a while and checks on me. Here's what I made with my mooses on a book page. Isn't that pretty? So that's what I did for artsy stuff today. I was playing in moose. Now I'm just cutting pictures. Yeah, but I'm really not in it that much though. I've only got like 3 get this off of here. TikTok, I only have like 3 videos, and if they're going to check my keys, it's not going to be on my computer. It's going to be on my phone, because I do everything from my phone on TikTok. I don't use TikTok on my computer. I can upload my videos, add music, and everything from my phone. I just cannot get over how easy TikTok is to edit. It's very easy to edit. So that's why I like it. But I mean, I don't think YouTube, it depends on what you're doing and how much you're doing, for it to be harder, and probably what kind of program you use and all that kind of stuff on YouTube. I've seen, like, I've opened an editing program for YouTube. I just never played with it. I just really don't have the time. I feel like if I mess up doing a video, I just redo it until I get it right. Like one time I was doing a video, I got into a coughing fit, dude. I could not stop coughing. I had to reshoot it a few times. Very first time I came to YouTube was really hard from a chat room though, because I was so used to sharing a microphone and a talk button with like 60 other people. And I remember doing my first YouTube, I was like, okay, I'm sitting over here and I'm talking to myself and nobody can answer me back because I'm the only one that can talk. And it took me about 5 times to do my first YouTube video because it felt ridiculous. And I don't say that in a mean way. It's just, when you've been a chatter in a chat room, you're used to, okay, I can take a break. I don't have to talk. Where when you're on YouTube, you got to continuously think of stuff to talk about the whole time you're doing your live. And there was times on chat, I could just say, hey, everybody, I don't feel like talking tonight. Take over. And I didn't have to worry about it because there was always somebody willing to take that part. So it took a while getting used to YouTube. And then when they opened up the live streams, it made it nice because even if you're not talking to yourself anymore when you got people that can text you back. I was so happy when they opened live streams on YouTube because now this feels like a chat room. The only difference is on the right hand side by where you text, you would see a list like Yankee's name would be over there. This is a person entering your chat room. His name shows up. There's no lurkers allowed in chat. Anytime somebody entered the chat, their name automatically shows up on the right hand side from the texting, so you could always see who's in the chat room with you. On YouTube, if they had their camera on, they had a little TV over their heads. That's how you knew that the person had a cam on. And there's a talk button that was green and it said talk. And if I said I want to be quiet, then college, you would be able to hit that button and talk back to the rest of the people in the chat room. And then Yankee could get up and then he could take a turn. And everybody shared this one talk button where everybody could speak to each other. So if anybody never had an idea what a chat room was like, that's what it was like. And it was flipping awesome. It'd be like all of us talking on the phone. And when you let off the microphone, you couldn't hear any background. Like, when you're in a video call with someone like through Facebook, if they burp, you can hear it unless they muted. But the talk button didn't have that. It wasn't consistently on. It was only on when you were pushing it and talking on it. What? Chat? Oh no, chat was fun. Because then if you wanted a break and I would say, oh God, I got to go pee. And I would say, okay, college, you take over the microphone. And then I could leave the chat room to him and I could go do my thing while he's talking to people. It was actually way easier than YouTube. It was actually a lot of fun. Because you didn't have to do all the entertaining. Instead of having a panel like you have on here where you can have 4 or 5 people up here at once, it was just in a chat room. It was just in a text. You were like that, but yet you could speak. You just couldn't see the people unless they all had their cams on at the same time. And then when the cams were on, the one good thing about YouTube is if I had 7 people up here on my panel, you could see all 7 of us at once. In a chat room, when you were on cam, you had little pictures all over your screen of separate people. So each cam would be in a separate window. So you would have to line them up. That's the only difference. I do like the panel better through YouTube than all the different cams when you were in chat. But it was a lot of fun. I miss the chat rooms because you could pick on people more. You can do it over here just in a different way. No, yeah. If the chat rooms, you couldn't have lurkers. In chat rooms, as soon as they entered the room, as soon as they entered this stream is what would be considered a chat room. Their names would show up in the right-hand corner. There was no lurkers. Lurkers just couldn't be there. There was no such thing as being invisible in a chat room. You knew everybody that was in the room because there was no hiding. Like I said, as soon as you would have two columns. Look at this about where you're typing. Like this section of the book is where you're texting. This over here would be the list in alphabetical order. If you came in college, you would be at the top. Yankee, you would be under because everybody's name on the right-hand side was still, and it would just sit there of who was in your stream with you. And then your texting would be right here. So you would always see who's in the room with you. There would be nobody sneaking in. Like you couldn't have lurkers. So you would pretty much know who your thumbs down was. That's what I miss about chat rooms versus YouTube, because YouTube, anybody could come in here and watch you and you can't see who they are. Or chat rooms, you always could see who they were. It would have a college, you would be at the top, and Tammy's Passions would be under you, and then Yankee would be under, it was all in alphabetical order on the right-hand side of everybody that entered your thing. It was always a chat list. But on here, you don't get that. You only know the person's here if they type into the room, which is like blah. Because it would be nice to see who's lurking. I know it would be, Yankee. But YouTube now has a feature. I mean, it still doesn't help the lurker problem. But YouTube now has a feature that you can slow mode your chat into people who are subscribers only. So if you're not subscribed to a channel, okay, say like we're sitting here and I have like, I don't know, 1,000 people in here. And somebody decides, oh my goodness, this person's got 1,000 viewers. So I'm going to go in their stream just to show off my channel to grab their subscribers, because people will do that too, because they're idiots on here. And now they have it to where they can't type in your stream unless they're a subscriber to your channel. They have a mode that does that. I saw one on a couple streams, but I can't figure out how to set it up. I was looking at it today, and I don't know if you have to stream through OBS to do that, because I've never had OBS set up, going through YouTube Studio to go live. But this is how you do it. I Googled it and I sent the information to someone, and it says how to enable sub-only chat in YouTube. You have to go to your live control room tab. Once you're there, you click on the edit option, click live chat, and look for who can send a message setting. Click on subscribers to enable sub-only mode. And I was in a stream that they had this on today. It says, as an option choice, you can also set how long viewers must be subscribed, and you hit save. So what she did on her channel that I was in earlier today, it said right when you would come into the room, subscribe chat only. You have to have been a subscriber for at least 5 minutes or more to be able to even type into her stream. Yeah, but people can pick up on that. Because one thing about my subscribers is I know where to go in and find out who's subscribed and how long they've been subscribed and if they've unsubscribed and subscribed. That's why people who just sub and unsub can never pass for my giveaways. Because I can go into my subscriber list and put lifetime and it'll show me exactly when they subscribed and how long they've been subscribed. And if they're just recent for the giveaway, they don't get to enter because I've done it before. And if you subscribe and just unsubscribe for giveaways, people can block you for that. And I've seen that happen too. That if a person subscribed for the giveaway, then they unsubscribed, the person who had the giveaway blocked them permanently where they couldn't come back and enter again. That's how they control it. And they do have a program out there. You have to pay for it though. It'll tell you who unsubscribed from your channel. There is a such program, but it's like $30 a month and it's not that important to me to pay that much. It'll tell you everybody that subscribes and unsubscribes from your channel. Instagram had a freebie that did that. Hold on a minute. I gotta stretch my legs out for a second. Friggin' arthritis is killing me. But Instagram, because I couldn't figure out why some of these businesses kept adding. Okay, this is something that I figured out on my own. I didn't Google this. I figured this out. I got into the makeup community and I met people through this app, and there was a lot of people I got to know, and we were all trying to add each other. Well, when I get up to 7,500, see, these are the questions people never think to ask. You will see an Instagrammer have 20 million followers, but you can't follow that many back. This is what a lot of people don't understand, and you can't on YouTube either. The limit that you can follow on Instagram is 7,500. Once you get to that number, you will get an error message saying you can no longer follow that anymore. You're at your full capacity. If you type in, people always think they can follow back as many that can follow them because they never think when they're typing into Google, how many people can I follow? Because they're so worried about getting their own followers, they don't realize there's a cutoff. So what was happening is I kept getting these like hair extension businesses adding me, and I couldn't figure out why on Instagram. It's because they're trying to lure you to add them back, and then they unsubscribe from you. That's how businesses were picking up people, because they knew there was an amount. I figured it out when I hit my amount and it wouldn't let me add no more people. And I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. So I started going through my friends list, seeing who was following me that I knew, because I'm going to follow some people that don't follow me back just because, I like famous people. They don't always follow you back. So when I came to YouTube, the same happened when I hit 2,000. I hit 2,000 followers and YouTube cut me off, and I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. So I Googled it, and how YouTube works. The first, used to tell you, but they took the information out. YouTube used to say, once you hit 2,000, you can't follow nobody else back. You have to go through your list, see who has abandoned their channels, and unsubscribe for them to be able to subscribe to new ones. Well, now they've changed it to where I think people were getting pissy about that, because I kept getting a certain error number. It didn't tell me I reached my capacity. I looked up the error itself and found out on my own. So then once you get to 2,000 on YouTube, once you follow 2,000 people and you have a channel, a bunch of people have to follow you to bypass that 2,000. Then you can follow more. YouTube will only let you grow after 2,000 if that many people follow you back. If they don't, you keep getting this error. I think it's like a 40. I can't remember what the number was for the life of me. I used to see it all the time and it was so irritating. And I did find some channels that were abandoned that I had to unsubscribe, and sometimes I had to unsubscribe from, like, 5 channels that were gone to be able to follow one person, because it wouldn't let me. It kept giving me an error. It was like a little, cloud that would pop up and say 402 error or something like that, and that's what it meant. Now that I have surpassed the 2,000 mark and I have over 2,000 people following my channel now, I'm able to follow more. But it's almost like they give you a limited capacity and then they cut you off again. You'll get that error again because they want your channel to grow accordingly. You know what I mean? You can't just be following 2 million channels and you can't have them following you back. That's not how it works. But a lot of people don't know that until you do the investigation for yourself. So I unfollowed a crap ton on Instagram because I about died that I was even following 7,500 channels. But I was just following everybody because it was new and I had no clue what I was doing. So now if you look at my Instagram, it's balanced because if you go to somebody who's famous, okay, let's just say Jeffree Star. Let me pull up Jeffree Star's channel and I'll give you an idea what I'm talking about. Whether you like Jeffree Star or not, it doesn't matter. He's the one famous person I can think of. Okay, you see this on his channel. He's got 6.4 million followers and he only follows one person. If you look at the numbers, you will see how many can follow you, but you only follow so many back. So say you go to, okay, let's go to Wet and Wild. Let's go to another company. Wet and Wild Beauty. 3 million followers, they're following no one. Okay, so let's go to somebody else. Let's see here. CoverGirl. Okay, and all the ones with the blue check mark, they're the real deal. 2.8 million followers, but they're only following 625. Any of the higher channels like that, you are never going to see them following that many back because it's impossible. Just so I can show you. You go to any company on here, it's going to tell you the same thing. Okay, now my channel over here, I've got 2,043 followers on Instagram. I'm following 2,927. It's impossible to follow just as many back as follows you because some of these people I follow are companies. I don't expect them to follow me back. It's not realistic to think everybody you subscribe to is going to subscribe back. If that's the case, you would miss out on some really good channels that are already popular. And I'm like that on YouTube. I don't expect everybody I follow to follow me back. If they do, they do. They don't, they don't. Because there's channels I like on here and I'm not going to not follow them just because they don't subscribe to me. You know how childish that sounds? Well, if you don't play in my sandbox, then I'm not going to be your friend. I don't work that way because it's unrealistic to be that type of a person. I always tell people when I'm promoting a channel, like I promoted Paper and Moose in here today, if you like her content, follow her. If you don't, then you don't. That's my way of promoting. But I don't ever tell people, oh, you got to follow somebody back because that's not how it works. If you like their content, you will. If you don't, you don't. That's real promoting. There's Paper and Moose again. Yeah, I have a few authors that follow me too, Yankee. But I know. Paper and Moose, she did. She quit her job to trash pick and estate sale pick because she's got enough followers on her or on her YouTube channel to do that. But Paper and Moose has got really good content to me. It's things that I'm interested in, so that's why I follow her channel. I mean, to an extent, I don't mind. I have a hard time with gamers. I will say that because there's so many and there's like 5 hours at a time. It's really hard to support gamers to be on YouTube because I don't have 5 hours to spend on your channel. And I'm the type of person that I do support from beginning to end. I heard another gamer, he became really popular on YouTube. He started out small and he grew pretty fast. And he was telling people all you have to do is go in people's channels only watch 30 seconds. No, you don't. You can't watch 30 seconds and expect that person to be monetized. It doesn't work that way. When you are a true YouTuber, you watch their channel from beginning to end. When a person does a video, a true supporter on YouTube will watch the commercials if they're supporting a channel monetarily wise, because that's how they get paid. I will let the commercials run when I'm supporting someone. And if it's a gamer and he's gaming for 5 hours, I will let that run while I'm doing something else. But to me, a true supporter is from beginning to end. That's how monetization stays active. It isn't, I'm going to go in and skip your commercials or I'm going to watch 30 seconds. That does not help somebody that's monetized. A true supporter does it all. That's how I do it. Well, no, that's not what I mean, Yankee. I actually like watching pool. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying, like, there's certain games I like watching and there's certain games I don't. But it's really hard when you're following like 20 gamers trying to keep up with all that watch time because that's a lot of hours. And I'm not complaining if it's somebody that's on there for a few. I'm talking like I've seen gamers for 7 hours. That is a freaking long time. My phone's like ready to burn up. You know what I mean? But there are people who let the playlist run. But my problem with letting playlists run is I want to be active. Like I like commenting on a person's content. I have a really hard time with that. I have done it. I have ran a person's playlist on my computer in another room. Trust me, I've got lots of technology in my house. I've got 2 laptops and I have a desktop upstairs plus my phone. I got tons to run playlists, but I feel weird. Like when I'm running a playlist and I'm not commenting, how do you know that the person's watching your playlist? You know what I mean? Unless I come out and say to you, Yankee, I'm going to run your playlist that you wouldn't even know it because I'm not commenting on any of your videos. And I know comments count too, not just watch time. So it makes it weird for me because I'll leave it running while I'm crafting or something. But if I hear something in the video, I'll run over and I'll put a comment in anyways, even if I'm running the playlist. But it's just hard because the higher you get, the more subscribers you get, it's not like, you're stuck at 300 and 500 subscribers for a very long time when you first start your channel. And let me tell you, when you start hitting 1K and up, it is really hard to go watch other people's channels. And that happens. It's like you want to be supportive, but you're like, "Oh my goodness. Hold on. I don't know why her channel didn't go through college. Give me a second." But they say that if you want to get monetized, I'm just telling you from experience of listening to bigger YouTubers, if you do want to work that way to get monetized, you want people, they were going into like Reddit and places like that to pick up subscribers because You want people who do not have YouTube channels. You want a person who is just a watcher and not a channel runner. Because if everybody that had channels run to everybody else's channels, you're not going to get your watch time in. Most of the bigger YouTubers that I've seen, like one of them I follow, she's in the millions. She has a lot of followers on her channel that are not YouTubers. That's why she's got the watch time, because they're not watching anybody, but mainly her channel. She has 3.2 million subscribers and she gets 48,000 views. And if you go down into her comment section, you will see that most of the people that comment have no pictures or nothing. Like they're not YouTubers. They have no channels. And that's what you want to get monetized. You don't want to be picking up other YouTubers to do that. I mean, you can have some, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't make that your general public for monetization. Yep, I like Paper and Moose. She's a really good channel. I really, really like her channel. Like I said, she's got a great community. They sent her the cutest presents. Somebody made her a doll that looks like her, but I like her stuff. I just like her content. And I think when you have good content, that's the difference too. I'll never be a big YouTuber. I'm never going to have 1 million subscribers. It's never going to happen. And I can say never because I'm not doing anything spectacular. I'm just looking through paper. You know, if there's a channel I really like on here, they do nothing but travel. And I love their channel because if I ever go out west, they show you the cheapest accommodations. They show you secrets of how to get the most out of your vacation. And they're awesome. Like, it's very interesting because every time you go into her channel, her and her husband take you on adventures. Let me see if I can pull their channel up. Oh my goodness, what the heck is the name of their channel? Uh like you can tell they edit and it's a very cute channel, and for the life of me right now I can't think of the name of it. It's something with martini in it. Oh, damn it. I hate when that happens. And she's so sweet too. I hate when I do that. Hold on, give me a second, see if I can find them real quick. And and sometimes if you're in a stream and you're adding different people and you don't have the time to check them out real quick, um, you might want to look at their channels later and you think, and you unsubscribe. I had that happen once. It was awful. We were adding channels and promoting each other so quickly in this one stream one time that me and a friend of mine added the same channel, and I went to watch it later and I about died at the content. It was little Play-Doh people doing very nasty things. I thought, what the hell? And I hurried up and unsubscribed from that channel. I don't want to be a part of a channel that's got content like that. So, you do have to be careful who you add. Try not to be so quick about it. But I tried to go watch a video before I subscribe to a channel when I get the chance, because it's just too sometimes you get some really weirdos on here. But I follow like Journey And I like Def Leppard. They're never going to follow my channel back. So that's like I said, it's not realistic to think everybody you follow is going to follow you back. These famous people don't even know who I am. But I'm not going to follow them just because they don't follow me back, is what I'm saying. Oh my God, I cannot believe I can't think of the name of their channel. But like I said, they took us to one of my favorite stories on this channel was I love Little House on the Prairie. Just one of my favorite shows growing up. And she took her and her husband went on a trip and they took you to, here it is. Here they are. Yes, I finally found them. Let me see if I can find the video because this was really informative. It talked about Little House on the Prairie and they told you like what parts they could see from certain areas of just it was just awesome. I can't explain it. You have to see one of their videos to understand. I don't know if I can find that particular video because they have a whole bunch. But I like it because when you know if you go to travel, it's really nice that somebody does all this so you know where to go. Well, I'll show you this one. But don't add anybody that I tell you to when I suggest. Just go watch one of their videos, and then if you like their content, then add them. But here is hold on, Yankee, don't leave yet. You gotta see this one. Just one more. This is Colorado Martini. And every time you go in to watch their videos, they take you on a new adventure somewhere out west. I've never been out west, so to me, this is exciting. I don't get to travel a lot, so maybe that's why I like kind of like traveling videos. I've never even been to New York yet. My husband used to live in Buffalo, New York, but I've never even been to the Statue of Liberty. So when there was a lady that I follow, they took a tour of New York where the Twin Towers were, and they showed you everything that changed and what they put in. And it was so awesome to me because I'll probably never see New York. But I kind of like the wed to me is also my adventure to go into places I've never been. And Colorado Martini, I'm on the East Coast. I've flown to Florida. I've done different things like that, but I don't know if I'll ever make it out west to California and all these different places. They take you all these places out west. They show you places they stay. They'll tell you, you know, what kind of restaurants they have, like where the gas stations are located. It's just awesome to me because if you plan a trip, there you go. They planned it for you. And she takes incredible visuals, very clear pictures. You can tell they use good equipment. And I just like them for so many reasons. And, you know, and I'm never going to get there. I'm never going to be the type that has fancy equipment, fancy lightings, and all that crap. I use a little desk lamp. I don't edit. So that's why I said I'll probably never make it to the millions, and I'm okay with that. I like coming on here because it's a hobby. I'm not throwing my whole life into YouTube and hoping that it'll pay my bills. I mean, for people who do that, kudos. But it was never my dream to do something like that. I mean, if it ever happened, it would definitely be by mistake because it definitely was not planned. Me coming to YouTube and having a channel, period, was not planned. My journey here was I didn't even know the common user could have a channel. I just know that I was having problems with advertising with my store, and some business guy said, why don't you ask somebody on YouTube? And that's how it started. Next thing you know, I have a channel. And I thought this will be great because if I could do it for free and use YouTube as a tool for advertising and blah, blah, blah. And that's how it all happened. And I got into some makeup people on Instagram. I met some makeup artists, and I ended up getting into makeup and started doing a little bit of reviews, but I'm not a makeup person. It was more a review on what the big hype was, through expensive makeup compared to drugstore makeup. And that's how I got suckered into that. And in the meantime, I was doing my bookstore. And that's how all that happened. I ended up with channel. I thought if I could get 50 people in my area in West Virginia to know where my bookstore is, I would be happy. And it turned out to be way over what I expected. So I've actually really beat all my goals, because I did get advertising out there. I did get, in the marketplace on Facebook too, not just YouTube. I have people order books from me in both places. I have an Etsy store. I can do live sales from estate sales for crafters. And I've way exceeded what I ever thought YouTube would do. And I never dreamed I would end up with over 2,000 subscribers. I thought I couldn't even get 50 people to listen to me. Hey, Bevy. So this has been an interesting adventure, to say the least. It really has. Heck, I never even thought I would ever own my own business. I always thought I would work for somebody else. But some people can do really good. They can do good on YouTube if that's what happens with their channel. I'm sure some people come on here and they think, well, we'll see how it goes. And if they grow, they grow. And sometimes they don't. I've seen some success stories on here, and I've seen some people struggling. I mean, it just all depends on your content. If people like you, what they're interested in, there's a lot to take into consideration. But I just never looked at YouTube as my main source. I think with me, I did a lot of search when I opened up my used bookstore, and I didn't want to have loans and debts. So I paid cash for everything, and I worked a job to pay cash for everything. And I don't know. I've just seen the web change so much. Like when Yahoo came out, remember the commercials, Yahoo, and you thought that the chat rooms would be there forever. And then in 2012, they were closed down over advertising. And what the web can give it, the web can take it away. And let's face it, people, whether you're on the web or off the web, how many jobs can you say are guaranteed? My dad's mill shut down. I had an uncle whose mill shut down. Web can come and go. It just happens to be the end thing right now. Who's to say that one day YouTube won't say, hey, we're not going to pay you people anymore, and poof, you're gone. I mean, they're putting commercials on some of my videos and I'm not paid. There was a bigger YouTuber that even did a video about that. She was not happy with that. She brought all her business and her classes to YouTube, never took a dime from YouTube. And she's up in numbers where she could have, but she didn't. She was never monetized. And then all of a sudden YouTube comes out and says, okay, now that you brought all your business here, we're putting ads on your stuff, whether you like it or not. And she's like, thanks, YouTube, because what if it's something I don't believe in and you're going to stick that commercial on my thread? And I can understand why she's mad. And I was watching, it must be a certain amount that you have on your videos, because I did a live stream and it had 200 people who looked at it. And next thing you know, there's commercials on that. And I don't want people to think I'm monetized because they see those commercials, because I'm not. YouTube's putting their commercials on your stuff, whether you like it or not, and you're paid or not. So I made up my mind. I did not want to get monetized through YouTube because first off, I don't want to count on something that might not be here tomorrow. And they changed the rules. When I first started on here in 2017, all you had to do was have 1,000 subscribers and you were automatically paid. Now it's 1,000 subscribers and you got to have 4,000 watch hours in 1 year to get paid, which is 240,000 minutes if you guys haven't done the math. Believe me, that's not easy. It's not easy to gain that. You got to have like 50 people every single night or, certain nights of the week watching your stream, at least 50 people or more to even come close to getting that watch time. So who's to say they're not going to change it again? They could come out next year. So the people who were monetized at just 1,000 didn't have the 4,000 watch hours. So then what happened to them is they got demonetized. They reached the first goal of 1,000 subscribers and all of a sudden, oh, we don't have the 4,000. So then they got their money taken away from them. Now, anytime they change the rules, that can change. They can change it whenever they feel like it. That's why I don't want to get paid by them, because I don't want to count on something and then be disappointed. Yes, you do have to have it every year, Bev. In order to get monetized, you have to make the 4,000 hours one time to get the monetization. But if you don't keep getting the 4,000 hours watch time, you're not going to get paid. You will still be monetized, but you're not going to get any money unless you get a super chat. You have to have 4,000 watch hours every single year to get money. Yes, you do. And one of the ladies that gets monetized that I know, she told me that she's lucky because she does not get the super chats. With the 4,000 watch hours every single year, she's only making $100. So you're not making very much even when you do get monetized. Hey, Vinny. I guess I have to call you my nephew, huh? How are you doing, Vinny? Yep. And a lot of people are getting discouraged because they work so hard for that, Bev. And they're getting discouraged and then they're turning it off. Because then on top of it all, YouTube takes 30%. That's why in a lot of these channels that are monetized, even though they got the little dollar sign, they're not making anything. So they'll tell people, you can send me a coffee. They put a link in about, a tip for a coffee or a Cash App or PayPal or whatever, because they're not making anything. And it's sad because the people who were getting paid, some of them have become beggars, literally beggars for. It's sad. Like, I know this one channel, I mean, it's so sad because this person has begged so much nobody wants to watch their channel anymore. Because they've literally become an e-beggar trying to get money. It's sad to count on that and then be so disappointed. Especially when they see other people growing and doing well, and then they don't. And let's face it, not everybody's going to make it on YouTube. Not everybody is going to make it as a channel. Some channels do, some channels don't. I'm a realist. I'm sorry, people. I don't mean to burst bubbles and make people sad, but I'm just a realist when I think about stuff. And I decided a long time ago, as my channel started growing, I don't want their money. I just don't. And two, people complain about the commercials. And if you don't watch the commercials, the person's not getting paid. When you're giving somebody, and some people didn't even know that. There were people who were on here trying to make money and they didn't even realize. They're like, oh my gosh, I've been watching my friends' channels and I've been skipping all those ads. I said that the ads are how they're getting paid. That's what they don't understand. There's so much to YouTube. It's crazy. And you're only getting like 3 cents a commercial. It's not like you're making a whole bunch of money. I don't know. I mean, you have to really be up there. And when you think about it, you know, a lot of the other people who are bigger, I mean, Jeffree Star, he has his own makeup company. Look at the people who are there. Most of them have a business. Like Kanye West is a singer. What does he need to be on YouTube for? All these people can make a bunch of money, but they already have the millions of followers because they're musicians or whatever. But when you look at a lot of these people who are bigger, they have a business. B Loves Life. She's a mukbanger. Love her channel. She's a wonderful person. She's like in the millions. She's one of the people I like to follow because I just think she's absolutely hysterically funny. I follow her. I follow her husband, and her 2 sons have YouTube channels. She's another one. You know, she has a sauce that she created, even though she has 20 million followers or 3 point so many million. I don't know. She's in the millions. I don't know if it's 3 million, 20 million. I forget what her number is, but she makes her own sauce that's sold on Amazon. She has a business. That's where her money's coming from. No matter what she does on YouTube, she has a guaranteed business. That's what I'm saying. It's you've got to have something else. You just can't rely on YouTube. Here, wait a minute. I'll get you to B Love. Oh, she's at 3.2 million. I like B Love. I think she's absolutely adorable. Her comment section, I mean, people can be vicious. Here's B Love. I'll share her link too. I like going into her comment section. I actually told her comment section off one time because they were so negative. It's like, God, people, shut up. If you don't like the videos, leave. But I think she's funny. She does her smackalicious. And I haven't got to buy her sauce yet, but I told my husband I think he would like it because he likes spicy stuff. So, and it's in the future. I wouldn't mind trying it because when she does her seafoods and you like watching people eat, she's the person to go watch. I like watching her and I like watching Snoopy eats. And you know, and a lot of people don't understand why some of these people are so famous, but you know, some people are out there and they don't have families and they're alone. And I tell you what, I love sitting at the table eating dinner watching this woman. I think she's hysterical. And I followed her on Biggio. I tried the Biggio. She suggested this app. It was called Biggio or Biggio or something. I didn't care for it because it had a lot of spam on it and stuff, but I did go try it out because she suggested it. And I talked to her in a live stream, and she's really down to earth. She's really fun. Hey, Twitter. She didn't have that many followers over there when she started it, but she's actually a lot of fun to talk to in the streams. She's very thankful of people. Like if you ever catch her live and you give her a super chat, she will shout you out. She thanks you. And that's what I love about the YouTubers that make it big, that doesn't go to their heads because they stay true to who they are. And I do believe that she is a YouTuber that has done that. I like her. And I pick out certain people that I like to follow, and she's one of them. Even her intro is cute. I'm a bougie chick. Her song is adorable. But anyways, so like I said, whether you're big or small, it doesn't matter, but always have something. You know, you either start a business, use YouTube as a tool. You've got free advertising when you turn your channel into something that's a business. And that's what I like about YouTube is the tool part of it. Because let's face it, they could charge us to even be here if they wanted to. Nice, Twitter. How are you doing out there? But I mean, that's just my personal opinion. That's just how I feel about it. And when I came on here and I started reaching people globally with my bookstore, when I start posting books, I do get emails from people and I do get orders from people, but my books are cheap too. I beat any other place on the web, even thrift books, because I don't have a lease and I don't have to pay rent. I sell right out of my house. I have a business license because the bottom of my house is my bookstore. It's a physical store, not just a web store. And I do have a license. So I am legit. I'm not a scammer and I don't do this under the table. I pay taxes on everything I sell, even when I have my live sales. For crafters on here, when I hit estate sales and I give them things, I pay taxes. It all goes through my Etsy, and my Etsy does my taxes. And then I keep separate pages that I do. I do my own bookkeeping, and then I turn my taxes in at the end of the year, and voila, there you go. Online business using YouTube as a tool. I've seen mechanics come on here. There's welders, there's painters, there's all kinds of people, and they get their advertising out there in the world by using YouTube. That's where I think the money's at. I'm doing good. Just having YouTube chat. And I'll tell you another person that can teach you what to do with your money is Twitterholic in here. Brag about yourself, Althea. She knows. Don't you teach classes or something on here? She can teach people how to do what is it, the stock market and trading that you're into, woman? She's another one. Ty highly promotes you. You want to learn the stock market? That's who you get in touch with right there, is Twitterholic. I've never done the stock market. Now, my husband had a 401k plan through his mill. They quit doing pensions, which stinks. But my husband had a 401k and he cashed it in. So now we have nothing because he got tired of the money being lost. I was watching his what they were doing with his money, and one year they lost like $3,000. The company matches whatever he does for retirement or whatever, but I don't like that. I'd rather have a pension. You know, I know as you get older, they invest your stuff into smaller, less risk items, but I've never done anything to do with trading. I don't know anything about it. There is no link to a store, Yankee. Okay, this is how I do mine. And I learned my lesson on this the hard way. I used to have a web store under a website, and it was awful because they had no shipping incorporated. I was so frustrated that I was just like, forget this. It took me 5 months to set up my books in a store, and I had a synopsis like Goodreads and all that good stuff, and I had to take it all down. It was a nightmare. I paid over $300 for that website and sold nothing because they had no shipping. And they didn't tell you that when you were setting up your store. You seen the like shipping options and stuff, but it didn't tell you that. They expected you to type everything you're in yourself. And I'm like, I was just devastated. So what I do on my store, Yankee, is we had a leak in our back garage. I can't tell you all the books I have because most of them are boxed up and I've never even seen them yet. I set up just enough in my physical store to cover all of my bookshelves. Then when people came in to shop, I would just put one in to where it sold. So what I do with my books is I do videos. My Facebook is actually the best place to be because I will put them in the Facebook Marketplace. I shoot a video and I read the synopsis of 10 books at a time. As I'm unboxing, I take the genres and separate them. I go through the books. I make sure the pages are all there. Nothing's ripped. There's no mold. That is my stand behind on my books. And then when I'm done, I price everything. I will show you 10 books at a time and say, like, the whole month of October, just for example. I haven't done any lately because I took a break from it. I'll pick a month and pick one genre. Like, the whole month might be religious books, the whole month might be educational, the whole month might be action and suspense. My action and suspense books, I'm not the library, so you are not going to see a bunch of little categories. My action and suspense will be sci-fi. It'll be anything that is unsolvable or keeps you on the edge of your seat. That's how I roll. My educational section could be biographies, it can be college books, it can be anything that's educational, because to me, a biography of someone's life is educational. My self-help is educational. All of it's under one section. I literally had a guy come in here from a bigger city and he loved the way I set it up. He said, "You don't have like 50 million categories to overwhelm people." I've merged it. So I made it my own, and I even made up my own category. There's one called Family Inspiration, and those are usually books that are like Amish, that have no smut in them, but they are based on true stories or stories that just have nothing bad in them. It's more like an inspiration to inspire people to be better, pretty much. And that's how I do it. And if people come to me, they'll write down books and they'll send me an email. Say, I show you 10 books and you like one. You send me an email, say, "Hey, Tammy, I like this book. I want to watch the rest of your action and suspense is the end of the month. You just give me a list, but first come, first serve." So I'll have a person say, like, they like 5 out of the 10 books. They'll send it to me on Messenger on Facebook, or they'll email me, and I will make a list beside me on a piece of paper, and I will put this person's name, the names of the books, and then at the end of the month, that particular category, they can give me, all at once. I will put them in my Etsy because I have to pack them, and I have different size packagings. I don't do like just priority boxes. I flatten your stuff to where you're not paying for air. So I send everything media, so you have your cheapest mail. And then what I do is I put them in my Etsy store, and I'll say, "Okay, this is my Etsy link." I'll email it back to you or send it to you via Messenger, or just give you the name of my store if you don't want to trust the link. You can go to Etsy and it'll say special order for so and so. Your stuff is done. Your shipping's done. Poof. All you got to do is check out like Amazon, and poof, there you go. You're on your way. It helps me. It makes my makes it nice for me. It makes it nice for the customer, because then I don't have to say, "Oh, I don't take PayPal," or, "Oh, I only do this." You can pay any way you want because it's through Etsy. Sure, here, I'll put in my Facebook link. And that's how I do it all. It just makes it easier for me. It makes it easier for the customer, and I don't have stress, and neither do they. Why do I do this every single time? Come on. It's right there, it is. Ugh, couldn't find my link. So here is my Facebook page. And that way people can message me in private. And then that's what I do, because I also post everything in the Facebook marketplace. And I've had people say, I want this author, and they were already gone to somebody in the Facebook marketplace because they hit me up first. So that's just how I do it. You don't have to pay right away just because sometimes people don't want the whole lot because I usually do them in lots of 10. It's a variety because sometimes when I'm unboxing a book, I don't have like all my Nora Roberts together and all my James Pattersons together and blah, blah, blah. Everything's mixed up. So I do them as they come out of the box. When I see them, then you see them. And that's how I've been able to do it. And it just seems to work a lot better for all of us. Because I've had a couple people ask me that questions like, do you have this particular author? I said, I can't tell you because we had a leak in our back garage and it's not fixed yet. And I had to pull all my inventory in the middle of the house. I have no room to unbox every possible amount of books I have. That's how many books I have. So as I unbox them, you'll see what I got. But I have to have enough of a genre to do an entire month. So I try to set up like a whole bookshelf at a time, like I lay them on the shelves because right now my bookstore is turning into my crafting store because I closed the physical store. So everything I do now is on the web. So what I've been doing is trying to empty my bookshelves and turn them into my crafting shelves. So I'm not replenishing my shelves because I'm trying to actually empty the bookstore and turn it into a part-time business instead of full-time. I gotcha. So my crafting is kind of like I do live supply crafting sales. Like if I get a quilters estate sale or whatever, like fabrics and all that kind of stuff, I do live sales for the crafting community. Plus, I have the bookstore. So I'm trying to balance the two. And sometimes it's not easy. Trying to do two businesses at the same time out of your house can get very rough. But I do the best I can. Just here lately, I haven't been doing any because we had a kind of an emergency in the family. So I kind of took a little bit of time out from YouTube. So now I can get back into it again. I had a really cool Beatles book come through here. Whew. Some girl bought it. But there's only a couple times my books have been a little higher. The highest amount I ever sold was a $20 book. That's it. That's the highest. And there was only like 2 of those. But most of the time I run my books the same. If they are regular softback size, they're usually $1 a piece. If they're a hardback, regular size, they're usually $3 a piece. And if they're a little taller and longer in the softbacks, they go $2.50 a piece. I just keep it easy. It's all in my head. But if it's books from I don't sell 18 books from the 18s and 1900s unless I'm having a live sale. That's a little different. And they have to have a lot of illustrations in them because those are the type of collecting books that crafters and stuff look for. Those go a little higher. Sometimes I even auction those off. So it all depends. But for like the regular books, my books are not high. I've had authors, like I had an author one time stop here and he wanted to sell books in my store till he realized my prices. I can't sell new books in my store. They have to be used books because I can't carry that responsibility of that kind of a price. And books right now are extremely high when they are first written, because it's a brand new book. Of course, they're going to be a lot more pricier than $1, $2, and $3. But I don't sell brand new people's books in my store because that's not the kind of people that buy from me. I have thrifty buyers. Because at one time I wanted to open a new bookstore, but everything got killed because of all these bigger corporations and the prices being cut. And people couldn't afford, like, all of our Walden bookstore and stuff like that closed down because they couldn't afford the prices and the inflation. Because books are not a necessity, they're a luxury. So, by the time I got out of high school, all those stores were going down the drain, and so I decided to open a used bookstore for that reason, because the new prices are too high, and even if you look on Amazon, I can't even sell on Amazon. If you do the FBA calculator, unless you're a nonprofit like a Goodwill, and you wanna sell a used book for, like, $5, it's not gonna happen. I ran it down their calculator, and it came out to be negative 14 cents. So that's why I don't sell on places like that, because I can't afford to. People don't wanna pay high prices for used books like that, unless it's something they're definitely, like, need, like, they're searching for. But why do that when you can go to a thrift store and you can pay 25 cents to $1? You know what I'm saying? If you're just looking for something to read. So, that's why I keep my prices so cheap. I'm looking for a place for my books to find as a home and not end up in a landfill. That was the whole purpose of my bookstore to begin with, because it made me sick when I started seeing the books that people were throwing away. And I just didn't like it. So I started to use books to try to save as many as I can. And the ones that I cannot save, they get donated. And what happens to them after that, I have no clue. Most of the places I donate to, though, uh, basically they do have them recycled, because I told them, if you don't recycle them, I will. Because I have a recycling plan I can take them to, and heck, I can get paid for it. But I would rather see the books preserved than to just being, thrown in the trash or recycled. But if it is that way and they don't take it, I just don't want them to end up in landfills. So every time I donate, I tell people, please do not throw these in the garbage. Because that's the whole point I opened my bookstore up in the first place. But some books that I get through here that are beyond help, like I will get a book and maybe it was stored in someone's attic, and I don't know, the cover gets destroyed. It might have mold, but then there's nothing on the pages. I will take those books apart myself, dispose of the mold into the garbage, and then I would take those pages and have them recycled, because that's what I do. If I can't use them for crafting purposes, they go where they need to go, to recycling center. Even if I end up with too many scraps and I feel overwhelmed and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to use these scraps. Guess what? They get recycled. We have a plan here. I can personally deliver cardboard and paper is what they take. You can get paid or not get paid. It doesn't matter. I usually take the money because it's like, I think the last time I took stuff over there, it was like $5. But hey, it was gas money to take the stuff there. It's not like you get rich. You got to have like a ton truck, tons of paper to actually make a decent amount of money off of it. I forget what my dad told me. He used to work at a paper mill, and he said, I think it's like 1 ton truck, you're lucky to make $75 off a ton of paper. So you don't make a whole lot unless you got a lot. But one thing I can say, if we ever go through COVID and anybody needs toilet paper, all you got to do is give me your address. I've got phone books. I thought that was absolutely hysterical. Keep your plastic bags from Walmart. Use book pages. If you take book pages, like these are thin, even out of this encyclopedia, it's made with pulp, people. So you squish it up a few times and you unsquish it. And the more you squish your paper into a ball, the softer it becomes. You can turn it into toilet paper. Just don't flush it. Stick it in a bag, burn it in a barrel, throw it away, whatever. But you don't need toilet paper to wipe your ass. I remember my grandmother had an outhouse when we were kids, and she had Sears catalogs. And that's what you used. And you put them in the outhouse down the hole. So yeah, there's that. So I told my husband, we laugh about that. I said, all you got to do is say, hey, Tammy, I need some paper for toilet paper. I'll mail you some. Hey, Laura, you come in at the perfect timing. Oh, that's hysterical. And I feel so bad now when I look at all these people trying to find Sears catalogs, and I'm thinking, how many's in my grandmother's outhouse? Down the hole. And now I see crafters looking for them. I think that's absolutely hysterical. I was trying to tell people if they need toilet paper, Laura, all they have to do is ask me and I'll send them some books. I got book pages you can use. Somebody was telling me that they don't even get phone books in their area anymore. We do. I get phone books laying out beside my mailbox. I remember my neighbor had a pile outside their mailbox just hanging out. But seriously, if you take this page and you crinkle it, it's the heat. And then you uncrinkle it. It's because there's pulp in your paper. And then you crinkle it again. The more you crinkle this paper, the softer it gets. Seriously. And phone books are even better because the pages are soft to begin with. And then you crunch it again. And you open it back up. And it's even softer than it was before. And there you go. Instant butt wipe. Just saying. It's true. It gets softer every time you squish it. There is no butts unless you're wiping it. And it was hysterical because I remember laughing when people were running around and I'm thinking they're not even buying food, they're buying butt wipe. And this commander from the military, there was a military guy that did a video after I was laughing about all this toilet paper craze. And he's like, people, really? It's on YouTube. I watched it and rolled because he said the same thing. He said, why is everybody panicking over toilet paper when all you need is a phone book? He's a military person saying it. He had me laughing on that video. I wish I remembered which video it was. But I thought that was absolutely hysterical. I can't remember what channel it was. But I thought it was funny. Oh my God. I can't remember. I can't figure out how to search it. But he was, I can't, I just remember rolling. I was laughing so hard watching his video. I was like, you tell it, dude. You just don't want to flush it and clog up your system. You know, like some of these people who read these baby wipes kill me. They really do. And I hate the companies that don't, they say they're flushable. They are not flushable. I don't care what wet ones you get, do not flush them. And I can't tell you, we had a neighbor in our last neighborhood that would clog up the sewers constantly from flushing baby wipes. I'm like, are you people crazy? You even have to watch certain toilet papers. If you're not on city water and you're on private water, like my mom and dad had well water, you did not flush Charmin in their tanks. Charmin, the thicker the toilet paper, the worse it is. My mom and dad would buy Angel Soft because it was the only thing that you could flush. And then when you get city water, your flushing is faster. So yeah, you can use Charmin with city, but you don't want to use baby wipes. And we had a busted line up here because of somebody flushing baby wipes. And I'm like, oh my gosh, people, common sense. But yeah, it's happened a few times. And sometimes even on the wipes themselves for new moms that don't know any better, it will say flushable, but they're not. None of them are flushable. Just like tampons and them saying they're flushable. No, they're not. You put them in the freaking garbage. I would never flush that stuff. Being raised on well water, we were very cautious on everything we put down the line. So it's just a habit for me. I just don't do that kind of stuff. This here is like a sewing page. I'm finally finishing one encyclopedia book. I'm going through and just cutting things out and pulling pages out and building up some ephemera out of this book. Hopefully next week I'll create something. Oh, you missed it, Laura. Look what I got to play with earlier, whoever wasn't in here. I was playing with mooses. Look what I made. Ooh. You get some of those plastic stencils. And I played with 2 different color mooses on this. And look how pretty that turned out. Ooh, I like it. I like it. I love it. And these are the Nuvo mooses. Anybody's interested? Get yourself some pretty colors. I get some more Nuvo drops coming in the mail. I just stuck an order in for some colors I didn't have. I like playing with the mooses and I like playing with the drops. And yeah, this color is, I got this off in Marianne, but you can buy these wherever you want. You could even Google them. This is the burnished bronze that's in the center. This is what it looks like. It's pretty. One of my favorite colors. And then I use a makeup brush when I smoothed it out. And then this here, and you get these on AliExpress. They're like $1 a piece. You get a whole package of them. This here is Polar Wind. It's like a really pretty bluish color, like almost like a fluorescent bluish color. And that's what's on the outside. Isn't that pretty? I like it. And here is one which is half the blue and one with the burnished bronze. That burnished bronze is so pretty. Love it. Especially the people that like the grunge and stuff. That's a pretty color. And then there's the blue and then both of them together. I like it. And these here, you can wipe them off. It doesn't matter. It'll dry. You can just reuse them. But I really like these plastic style stencils. I think that was the Spellbinders. Not sure. I didn't keep the package, but I like it. Pam. Who's Pam? Who you talking to, Yankee? My name isn't Pam. Paper and Moose, we call her Pam. But her name's actually Renee. People call her Pam because of Paper and Moose. Look at him. Getting girls' names already confused. Shame on you, Yankee. These are cool. Like chart looking pages. But yeah, I thought these mooses would be fun to play with on coffee dyed paper too. And like our journal pages. Fun, fun, fun. I think that may be almost it in this encyclopedia. And then the rest of the pages I can play in. One thing crazy is when you get a book and you start using the pages out of it for stuff, it's amazing how much you can get out of one book when there's lots of pages. But I don't think, I mean, you probably could tear this apart and maybe put tape or something over it and redo it if you wanted to turn this into a journal or a scrapbook. But me personally, I think that I would dump the spine and just use the front and back cover and repurpose this one because this cover or the spine's broke right there and it's chipping. I don't think this back is good. Hey, Penny. Laura. That's true. How are you doing, Penny? Yeah, but I think it would be cool to find, you know, some smaller, because, you know, this is kind of big. This would be cool if you could cut it out maybe and fold it. I don't know. Because that's kind of big for a journal. I don't make my journals that big. My journals are usually like 6x9s and smaller. But if you could get a hold of smaller doilies like this and, you know, maybe do, because one of the things I love to do too when I'm doing a journal, and I didn't put it in my idea book, is I like taking a little doily and sewing a button or gluing a button in the center and making it like a cute decoration. That's one of the things I love to do. I've done it in a couple journals so far. But I like what these are producing. And I thought, you know, it'd be so cool to have something like this. You could even put a button in the center of this or just leave it as is if they were smaller. I like to have a smaller set of these. Yeah. Like littler ones would be fun to play with. This here would be okay though for an eclectic journal, I guess. If you folded it like that and cut the pages down, you could still see it on both sides. I'd have I didn't put this in the center of the page. Hold on. It would be like right here. You could cut that and sew that into a journal, and that would still be pretty as like a page. I like that. But sometimes you just like them right in the center. But yeah, this was fun to play with. I really enjoy that I can use just the center of this, or you can use half of it. But the plastic stencils are definitely more sturdy. I had some paper ones, but they ripped. I think this is a Spellbinders, I think. I bought this off of somebody's live sale, and I really like it. But I'll have to do some searches on finding some better stencils, because I do love playing with stencils. My thing right now is that, and these, I just love these drops. Especially this one. This is the Dream Drops from Nuvo. The Dragon Scales. It's so pretty. And I was playing with this the other day. I don't know why I didn't think to do this before. I was not only making drops, I was making words with them. You can use these as to stencil letters. I didn't even think of that till the other day. I was playing in my glue book, and look how pretty this turned out. I don't know. I'll try to get this to where you can see it. Wait a minute. Let me look in StreamYard. But look how pretty the dragon scales turned out with the word boo. I was just making words. Now, this one here should not have been black. This was not a black Nuvo drop. This was a clear. I used a different color on this, and I hadn't tried it before. And it's what's, for some reason, it turned black when it dried. It like took on the color of the paper, because I think it was so clear. But this is this. The dragon scales. Look how pretty that is. It's got like a shimmer in it. And then this here was something new I played with. I hadn't played with the glitter drops. I really like these. Look how glittery they are. Like, these really shine. So I really like these. And I bought like I said, you know, if you're budgety like I am, I don't want to go out and buy every single color somebody's selling. So I went back through Google, and actually these are the only ones I like in the Dream Drops. When I was looking at the colors, I didn't feel that the rest of the colors were dark enough. I'm not much of a pastel person. I like dark colors or shimmeries type colors. So when I saw the rest of the Dream Drops, these are the only ones I liked out of the colors. Unless they will come out with like a navy blue with the shimmer, I'm not going to be buying any more of those. The most I own are the crystal, the crystal drops. This is what they look like, and I really like those. The vintage drops are okay. These are the Nuvo vintage drops. They're different. They're like your regular dark colors, which these are good if you're looking for something solid. And then there's, I got more of the crystal than any. And then the glitter drops. I don't know how many of these I got. Let me see here. These are crystal. This is a glitter drop. Look how pretty that is. These are I'm really impressed with, because sometimes you get glitter things and it doesn't shoot out the glitter you think it's going to shoot out. These do. Very pretty. And so I got an order coming in with the rest of the colors that I want to try. But these are the crystals I haven't used yet. This is like a buttermilk, a red. I try to get like the primary colors and play with them first before I go ordering like 6 different shades of greens. But I'm really picky. Like, here's another vintage. These ones I've played with already. And then here is a crystal drop. I really do like the crystals though. But until they come out with more of the dream colors, I hope they do. I'd like to see them create more of the dreams because that would be my favorite next to the glitter and the crystal. Vintage is okay. They're not my favorite, but these three are. And they're fun. Nuvo drops. I like them too. Or not Nuvo drops, but the mousses. I would like to have more colors in these. This is all I have in the mousse right now. I would like to probably have, I would say, a red, a forest green looking color. I have a purple. This one here, I don't like this color. I'm just not really fond of this one. This one here is just not giving me what I want. The soft truffle's not my favorite. But these ones are, they're amazing. These ones, yeah. So I have a red I would need, and like a darker green would be fun to play with, and maybe like a navy blue. I have more like a tealish and a silver blue. But these are the kind of doilies I'm talking about. I like laying these down in my journal and like putting a button or something over it. I think these little babies are so cute. So that's where I'm at. Playing with the Nuvos and just having fun. And I got to finish a journal. I got one I got to get started on. I have a person who wants me to make them a custom one. So I have to get started on that one. I just started getting the pieces together. I don't know if I should do that as a, I want it to be a surprise for her, but at the same time, it would be so cool to create it and show you guys as I'm doing it. I haven't made up my mind yet. If I want to do it during my lives, it's hard to concentrate and chat at the same time. And when I'm doing a custom, I actually do like to put concentration into it. And college is always saying I don't read the chat when I'm doing it. And I mean, I did do the altered journal for my mom's friend, and she absolutely loved it. So I was thrilled. Like, she really liked the altered book that I did. It took me, what, 6 videos, 6 lives to get it done. She goes, I could tell you put so much work into this, but I wanted to do it as a thank you gift to her for watching over our property. She's renting a house beside the property we owned before we sold it, and she kind of kept an eye on things for us. So I made it for her as a thank you present. It was the green one I did that was altered. For weeks, I was thinking you guys were falling asleep on me. It took me forever to get that altered book finished. But she really did like it, so I was happy. Because I couldn't figure out what her favorite colors were, and she wasn't on Facebook, and I didn't have her phone number to ask her what her favorite colors were and stuff like that. So I guessed. Her whole book was guessing. But this custom one coming up, she gave me the colors. She gave me an idea what she wanted. So now I've got to do it. But she wants this one to be signatured. It's not going to be an altered book. It's going to be a regular signatured one. So I'm kind of excited. Plus, it keeps me in practice. So we'll see. Maybe I'll do it during a live, maybe not. We'll see how it rolls. This is going to have digitals in it, so I've got to do some printing. And then I got to finish my ultimate journal that's almost done that I want to share with everybody. And I still have gotten lazy and haven't done the ephemera yet. It's all it needs is the ephemera and sewn in, and it's done. I get all the signatures ready in the This one here is really going outside the box. I wanted to put things I learned from way back when I was in MSN in like 2007 when I was doing digital stuff and combining it with physical touching stuff and all in one journal. I'm bringing everything I've learned so far into one journal, and it's been a work in progress. I started it last October. It's been a year and I haven't touched it for a while. Um, the cover is way something I've never done before. So it's definitely going to be like something way different. And I'm really liking how it started out. I don't know how everybody else is going to think about it, but I like my true critics. But this is going to be something, something. And I can't wait to be able to do a flip through. But we'll see when I get the ephemera done. That's all I got to do is that part of it. And then it's finished. And I'm excited. This will be my first hidden signature book. I've always done where you could see the signatures, but never hidden. So this is interesting to say the least. And it's going to have different things I bought off at different sales. Miss KK Christina, where's she at? There's something on there from her sale. There's something on there from another sale. I will point out where I got the items. A lot of different crafters sales I bought some stuff from that's going to be incorporated into this particular journal. And it's going to have a name. I have never named my journals, but this one's going to have a name. And it's going to have a name with the definition behind it. And I'm going to print it out and put it in the book somehow. Haven't figured that part out yet. But I can't wait. I can't wait till it's done because I've been working on it for so long. But we'll see. It shouldn't have taken me an entire year, though. I think with everything that, I just hadn't touched it for months. But I think with everything that I did to it, if I would have worked on it steadily, it should have been like a 5-month journal. It shouldn't have taken me a year. But I was lazy and I kept putting it aside. I actually like having maybe like 3 journals to work on at a time, or at least 2, so I can go back and forth because I'll get burnt out. Because when I start getting into something, and I'm sure you crafters can understand, when you get started on a project and you're working on it all night, you don't want to just stop until you reach the point where you're either too tired to go on or you felt you've done enough. When I start into a journal at night, I don't finish. Like, I work on that sucker till like 6 in the morning. Like, when I get caught up in something, I can't stop until I'm to a point. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys work that way or not, but I can't. When the flow is going, I want it to keep going until I get it done, like until it's out of my system. And that's how I journal. When I create anything, I'm like that. And then it'll come to a point, I'm like, okay, I can't hold my eyes open anymore. I can stop right here, or I'm to a point where I can pick it up later. So that's why it's not finished. But I can't wait to bring it to the table. I really can. I'm excited about this journal. But it's not going to be for sale. It's just going to be for show. It was something that I could just put all my talents in and see what I could bring to the table. And there's copyrighted material in it, so I could never sell it because I got some pictures from Pinterest and I do believe they're not out of copyright, so it'll never be sold. It'll just be here sitting on my shelf for me to look at and learn from and hopefully keep getting better. But anyways, ladies and gents, I'm going to go. Hubby's upstairs. I hear him pacing. He's probably eaten already and he's ready to go to bed. We usually watch a little bit of NCIS or Criminal Minds or something before he goes to sleep. But I'm going to go, and I want to thank everybody for coming in because tonight was fun. I always enjoy chitter-chatting with everybody. And whatever time zone you're in, you have a great one. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye.